live. We'll blast this bad boy out to all the social medias, and then we will get the ball
Gotta steal
rolling.
my first.
All right.
Out chat. Move it over here.
Get it? Yes.
And if things go well today, we should finish the invisible chains.
Nice.
Oh wow. Oh boy.
But
That's a big if.
It is looking at all the stuff that was prepared in the book, I was like, actually, this isn't a crazy amount of things, but we can get sidetracked.
There's a way.
Exactly. It's always possible to get sidetracked.
Oh man, I'm very, very excited. I missed us not having it last week, but it was also nice to have a Saturday night to breathe for a moment.
Mhm.
Although I miss the community every time. Hey, what's up, Ed? Oh, I forgot about the ad breaks every time.
I forget about them too.
Well, like I don't get them because obviously I'm a sub, but like I'll show how soon the ad starts, and I'm like, oh, cool.
Well, you see that, I think, because you're a mod.
Oh, I'm a mod. Yeah.
So you're empowered, actually, Tony, to delay ads if you're like, oh, this is a big moment.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I could do that. That's really fair.
But Tony never does his job as a moderator on this channel.
All right.
So.
Excuse you. Excuse you. Okay.
How many times have you laid down the banhammer, Tony?
I haven't been here for bots in a while, all right? Like,
oh, really? Because I've banned 3 bots in the last week. Ooh.
Okay, all right. It's because I'm not here for your. It's because I like pop in for your weekday streams for like 2 seconds. I'm like, hey, what's up, everybody?
Hi, bye.
That is exactly Tony's MO.
Yep.
I'm here for it.
It's hard on the weekdays. I got stuff I'm doing. But I'm always here for you on Saturday.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't help that I now stream during work day time.
Oh, yeah, on Fridays. Best of luck to you, my friend. I was like, Ooh, Chad caught a bot in the last few weeks. I never wanted to delay without permissions. I see. Chad's saying that about ads. I forgot that we're live and they can hear us talking, and my brain just stopped working there. Thanks for the dono, Chad. More into Ed Walker.
For what it's worth, mods, you're always allowed to delay ads if you see fit. I don't mind. The worst case scenario is we run out of delays because we're only allowed to do it 3 times before it forces an ad to run. I wish I could just do it indefinitely because Twitch is a bully. But they got to make their money somehow, I guess.
You do hear everything, Chad, and we appreciate it.
Ooh, more contributions.
Hey,
Ribs.
What's up, Ribs?
Ribs tossing some too.
Thank you for the contribution.
Hell yeah.
Hope you're all doing well this fine evening.
You are blazing through Endwalker right now. Good. I mean, I don't know how long the donation's been running for, but you are getting deep in it.
Quick. It's actually slowed down because the system works and now everyone's depleted on channel points.
There you go. Not if you're me, baby. 100,000 over here.
Yeah, Tony could just drop a huge playthrough of something.
I could. I usually save it for something that I'm like, I want to do with Chris.
Although 100,000 Tony only will get you a 12-hour game. It's not that big.
I'm seeing that, dude. Well, there's a game I had in mind, and I'll be honest, when I was saving up, I remembered it so clearly in my brain. Now, I don't know what that game was. I think I just kind of went into hoarding mode, and that's just where we're at. So, I've spent a few. The Tangia dungeons have really, because I'm almost out of bits. So I was using my biddies I bought a while back. So I was like, for the Tangia dungeons, I'll just use my chrono coins.
That makes sense.
Everyone except me is running out of coins. Tony is strategic. Strategic or forgetful, Ribs, either one.
Chad is the Senate, so... he'll never run out of coins.
I am the Senate.
Dungeon!
Really as dark as it goes? This light's just so bright.
I ended up joining the dungeon. I have no idea. I think I did. I hit join.
You did.
Cool. I'm a little delayed on my Twitch just because of my internets, and so I'm like, I'm thinking it's working.
I think sometimes this camera, I have to force it to not be super bright. There we go. That's a little bit better.
My internet's been weird today. I can't even load the stream.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
sometimes
well.
I flip to my phone if like I need my screen for something else. I'm just like, okay, I'm trying to flip between the Twitch, between everything. So here we go. Yeah, I don't see it out. Yeah, Chris is. Oh, do you turn off the Tangia stuff for the TTRPG?
Not yet, but I usually do.
Maybe it's off because none of it loaded.
Yeah, I don't see anything either now.
Oh yeah, the redeem. It's been doing this a lot lately where people will redeem it and then it'll just like hang until I like pause Tangia and then unpause it.
But definitely makes sense once we're in the thick of it to turn off the Tangia. That makes a lot of sense because otherwise we'll be in the middle of an important moment. Someone will be freaking out and they'll be like, "Oh, we gotta join then."
Oh, I know why.
Yeah.
It's because it's hidden. Oh, it actually was going.
Costco.
So actually, that's
What?
that's weird because it's not supposed to play if it's hidden, which means the Tangia stuff is not working as intended. But I will pause it though after this, just so we don't get interrupted.
and throw Chad his "I am the Senate." He did redeem out if you're allowed to play that, Chris.
Yeah.
But
no, I do see it here.
He did redeem it, so I don't want him to lose that. That's real monies.
Yeah, I don't know if the audio is working on it because it's probably trying to go out of the TV speaker, but
yeah, I'm not sure because I have it muted here. Else I'll be hearing ourselves, and that would drive me absolutely insane.
All right, but as soon as we see the I am the Senate, we're gonna get back to action because we got a hard stop at 10 o'clock. We're not gonna push it, so I want to make sure that we're keeping the action rolling as quick as we can.
Let's stop at 1 a.m. Let's go. I'm kidding. I'm absolutely kidding. That is absolutely a joke. I'm down. Let's do it.
All right, cool. Let's get into this bad boy. So, last session number 2, the party arrived at Val Royaux, hit the ground running, and started investigating what was going on with Blaine. Spent some time at some high-end taverns and learned of the Sweet Song Brandy Parlor. The party went to the Sweet Song and quickly found Blaine casually enjoying some brandy there, surrounded by a bunch of other people. He invited you all to chat after Kenedrin tried to leap toward him violently. After Kenedrin was held down, the party was able to sit down and actually have a civil conversation with him. It was during this time, so the two parties were sort of interrogating each other. I don't know if y'all caught on, but Blaine was actually trying to get information out of you just as much as you were getting information out of him. And he willingly gave some information to try to pull things out of you and confirmed his own suspicions.
Playing the game.
Game. Oh, yeah. It was during this chat, though, that Adana happened to notice an Elevated Brotherhood spy. And upon being witnessed, she fled from the scene, and Adana followed her out, but unfortunately lost track of her. After the party reconvened, they agreed to go track down the spy, and succeeded in doing so. Spent a little bit of time, but actually I think y'all kind of knocked it out of the park with those roles.
I think we did.
That one we did, yeah.
And you had a good chat with them and essentially formed an alliance. The party asked them to bring back a document essentially suggesting that Blaine has been working with the Elevated Brotherhood, so that you could try to trick the Purifiers into thinking that Blaine is kind of playing both sides. And then they gave you an invitation to the party, only one, but basically gave you some extra information on what was actually going on. Upon your trip back to Val Royaux, the party was attacked by Blaine's agents who had followed you out of the city. The enemies were thwarted, some escaped, but most importantly, Elizira, Blaine's right-hand person, was killed.
Like
So,
Kenadrin.
yeah,
Kenadrin
by
had that killer round.
Yeah.
Kenadrin, who I truly thought was going to die in that fight, ended up killing one of the
Hard
big
Sam.
baddies of the
We
adventure.
were all surprised.
Yeah.
I was thrilled though because I was so swarmed by those little goons, and I was just like, if we can't kill this one lady, we're done.
Yep.
Well, I was purposely swarmed by goons so that we didn't lose our rogue and our mage.
Yeah. It
That
was
was looking
rather
real.
close.
That was looking real dicey.
And so, just to recap on all the information that we as a party should reasonably understand at this point is that we know that lyrium is coming from the Carta, moving through groups like the Bleak Watch, and all the way up to Valroyo to Blaine. Blaine intends to make an extremely large deal with the Purifiers, empowering them to destroy the Elevated Brotherhood. That is what the Purifiers want. We know also that this is not just a one-shipment thing. This is a regular stream of lyrium. Just the initial deal hinges on a first batch of lyrium to kind of prove they're worth their salt. The Elevated Brotherhood are moving in to try to stop this deal because obviously they don't want to be killed. The deal will take place at a party hosted by the Lady Sonova, an incredibly wealthy lady of Valroyo. Sonova does not appear to be involved in the deal, but likely stands to gain some kind of power for facilitating the effort.
But we did find out, I thought, from that one bar that we went to that like Sonova and Blaine had been seen together, right?
Yes,
we didn't have confirmation that they worked together, but yeah.
It is. I believe the Elevated Brotherhood actually said that they didn't think that Sonova was part of the deal, but it's clear she at least knows about it and is facilitating this to take place.
Yeah, and then just to make sure, Elevated Brotherhood, they're looking to protect mages, right?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, you could take it to another extreme, though, and say the Elevated Brotherhood would vouch for the eradication of Templars. Whereas...
Okay, so it's kind of like an Anders situation, then.
A little bit. Not as extreme as Anders.
Okay, well, that's good to understand the levels of extreme.
Yeah, we're
everyone's favorite companion, Anders.
Two reasonably extreme groups.
Yeah.
Right now, it is the Purifiers who are making the power play, whereas the Elevated Brotherhood, if left alone, may have been more passive about their relationship. But you know, the Purifiers are saying we're getting lyrium and we will kill all of these mages.
And Purifiers are for the most part ex-Templars, or was it just the leader? It was an ex-Templar.
It's a mix, actually.
Okay.
It's ex-Templars, but also people who side with the Templars. So, you know that a lot of people part of that organization have at least minor Templar training, but don't necessarily have the same capabilities as full Templars would. That being said, they have had access to lyrium, so you can reasonably expect that they are going to have some amount of experience fending off against magic.
Cool.
And I think that's it. Anything else that I missed that y'all can think of?
I mean, I know that we need those 3 invitations, right? Because you said we have 1.
Exactly. So, last we left off, the party got back to Valroyo safely. Right now, what needs to happen is we have 1 invitation. We have 4 people in this party. So the party needs to get 3 more invitations through any means necessary to be able to attend the party without trouble. You could break in, but you could reasonably assume that that would be a very compromising situation.
And we don't have the letter yet from the Elevated Templars, right? I'm guessing the Elevated brothers. My apologies, mixing all my terms here. The Elevated Brothers. You
don't have it yet, but they did say that they would give it to you before the party.
And red box is the party, right? Red box on our screen here, that is party time.
Precisely, yeah. So the X's are chunks of time. These are 4-hour chunks of time that have already passed. The blue, you can spend that time without any consequence. If you bleed into the yellows, you will get negatives because you are basically sacrificing sleep and rest.
We tired.
Yeah,
exactly.
Which sounds really bad. I recommend against it.
So, Chris, where do we open up? Are we right after the combat with Blaine's people?
Yes. You just got back to Valeroyo, you licked your wounds and cleaned up a little bit, but otherwise, yeah, you're kind of fresh back into the city at this point.
I'll look over at Onyx and I'll say, well, I know we are talking about staging a bit of a breakup over at the hotel. I'm not sure if that's still where your intentions lie, or if we want to like kind of go about it in a different way. But if we do want to do that, maybe that has to happen first before we can secure some invitations other ways.
I think now is more likely to succeed than before. You just robbed Blaine of his right hand. He'll be desperate.
Okay, maybe that could be part of what the argument is. Maybe, it could be that we're the ones that did it, not you. You tried to stop it. I don't know. Some of them did get away, but it might work. I don't know how much, the lackeys are going to remember what happened here. We did take out a good amount of them, though. There's only one that got away, maybe two.
Maybe two. I don't remember.
So I remember that was one of your plans, and I'm still not against it. I just don't know if it'll make it any harder if anyone caught wind of what we did in the streets there.
Blaine will certainly hear about what has just happened. Well, I'm sure that will be watched at the inn as well.
Well, then, I'm assuming we're saying this as we're kind of walking back towards the inn, Chris. I'm just assuming. So I'll be like, all right, well, if that is the plan, then Kenedrin and I need to make this look good, and I don't know, Lindis, where do you want to be on this? Because if it might be odd if you're around either way.
I was gonna ask you all that, like,
Adana.
how do you?
My apologies,
Yeah,
Adana.
no, you're good. I was wondering, like, which aspect of this I could best serve on, like. Should I go with Onyx to Blaine and act like I'm against the mages? Should I stay with the dwarves and let Onyx go by himself? I mean, themselves. I'm so sorry.
I think Adana could very well be like the team's secret weapon here. She's so good at staying unnoticed and taking out those key targets right at the opportune moment. I don't know. I still think it would be, if anyone could sneak into the party, it would be Adana. If any of us could try that.
Yeah.
Right, but more in terms of this. So maybe Adana, you sneak back into the hotel, possibly. That way you can kind of peel off from us, get back to your room as if nothing happened, and then we could have it all out. And we can sell it as best as we can. I've seen a couple of shows in my time, but the rock players only did so much down in Orzammar, so I don't know how good my skills are going to be once we're there. But I'm happy to try something a little crazy. I think we could use a little crazy tonight.
All we need to do is put on a good show in a public space, and word will get back to Blaine.
Yeah, I think so too. So while you guys are having your public breakup, should I
Back into the hotel, maybe? I'm sure there's a window or something to get back into the inn. Maybe
lobby of the inn.
Do I need to be at the inn? Should I be investigating ways to get the invitations?
Oh, I mean, if you want to start investigating your way to the invitation, I mean, yeah. I mean, we still gotta I don't know if there's not watches in this world. I don't know what I'm doing. I think we still have a little bit of daylight left. We still have a bit of time. It might not hurt for you to get a jump on that, and then we can at least start breaking up the band over here. But that does mean we're not gonna see each other until the party. Whatever happens. Now, it is possible, Adana, that you could be the go-between. You're sneaky enough. If you don't mind being like a messenger between us all as we're doing this, I'm also not against it.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I could do that for sure.
You could be our little secret way. I mean, either way, I'm gonna have to fight. Kenedrin and I have to fight it in tonight after we finish this up. So, right, Kenedrin?
Slip me a note for Onyx and vice versa,
Great.
and I can just, tuck it in a pocket somewhere.
Great. Just know I'll never sign my name. We shouldn't sign names,
No.
do anything like that. We know as if it's coming from you, it's from one of us. Yeah, okay. Then I guess we have our first plan of breaking up here.
I guess Adana and Onyx, like, we can agree, or we can just, like, Chris, you can say what, like, a good spot would be, but you can say, like, a drop point where we can leave messages for each other over the next day before the party.
That's a good idea, too.
Oh, yeah, very good call.
That way we don't have to be there at the same time.
Yeah, maybe there's like a loose brick or something on the side of a building where you could stash stuff in there.
I like it.
Okay.
Cool. Word.
Then let's go put out a show. Let's go put out a show. I'm not as hurt as I thought I'd be. How are you guys doing? You guys okay?
I'm somewhat hurt, but I think I can manage all right.
All right. How about you, Onyx? You doing okay?
I'm okay, but my powers are drained. I'm going to try to avoid casting spells before the party, unless I absolutely need to.
Well, it might not be a bad idea if you're still intending on seeing Blaine, which I have my own reservations about pre-party, but again, you have to do what you have to do. I trust you, Onyx. You may not want to cast spells, especially if there's any of those Templars there or those purifiers. I don't know. I don't know if Blaine would be willing to protect you at that point, so just be careful.
I will be conserving my strength and learning as much as I can. I will feed the two of you as much information about Blaine and his operation as I can discover.
All right. Well,
Excellent.
I give Onyx a little shove, but it's meant to be more of like a kind kind of shove, like just to be like, I can't really, like, in the open again, I can't be super like kind or anything, so I just kind of like, give a knowing tap, being like, yeah, we'll get through this. And yeah, I guess we'll go back to the inn and have a fight.
Beautiful. All right, so the party reconvenes at the inn. It's otherwise fairly normal. Where would you like to set up for this fight? Do you want to start in the rooms? Do you want to kind of just have it in the middle of the tavern?
I assume middle of the tavern. And I think it might be good, and Lindis, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but probably be good for Adana to not be present for the fight itself.
Yeah, I think
just
so.
because that way, hey, there's no questions about what's going on there. You can still be kind of a free agent roaming around as you need.
Yeah, and that way I'm not like, oh, go ahead.
I was going to say maybe you could try and spot Blaine's people that are watching us.
Ooh, maybe.
Maybe because of distraction, you could get eyes on them, so you know who to look out for on the street.
Oh, nice.
Possible. Though they could also, we run the risk of them finding me out as well, if I do that.
We're taking lots of big swings today.
Yeah, but I'm about to say it's entirely up to you. So whatever you want to do, I'm on board for. So yeah.
I mean, I do agree that I shouldn't be there, or if nothing else, then that way I'm not forced to take sides. Because I feel like if I'm present, I would have to be like, I agree with Onyx or I agree with Torek. But, if I'm not there, then I can just be like,
one less actor to manage, right? Like one less lie to throw in there.
Yeah, because I don't know, my acting skills, my acting or my lack of acting skills could screw everything up.
I'm about to say, we're about to find out if ours, we'll see how we're going to see how those dice fall. So
yeah, communication is not Onyx's strong stat either.
We have some fun. We're gonna have some fun. I'm excited about this.
Kenedrin also pipes up. Where do you guys want me in this?
You just need to be with me because obviously, like, you already have made it very known, and I've already made it known that I do not like Blaine. I mean, you literally tried to kill him, and I yelled at him for a while. So, Okay,
then so I'm part of the fight. Punching. Are we punching or are we yelling?
Like it's gonna be mostly yelling, but maybe like aggressive, like pounds on the table, you know, like making not enough to break anything. We don't want to get thrown out of, Val Royale before, we have this party. We still need to secure invitations here.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
I like the idea that we're figuring out the plan, like as Onyx is packing their bags up in the room.
Yeah, right.
When I get out of here.
Okay, so you're gonna leave. Actually, it probably makes more sense that you leave the end, because that way we're only worried about one person leaving. That makes a lot of sense. I like that.
Yeah. Blaine's attention will be on you and
where you're going. Yeah. The
two of you must stick together.
It's already there. All right. Well then, let's get in. Yeah, let's get into a fight, shall we?
Here's a thought. So what if I keep an eye out for Blaine's people and then potentially follow them when they leave? Like, do we need to know where Blaine's hideout is? Would that benefit us at all?
I mean, I don't know if we know, because we know he like frequents that Sweet Brandy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the Sweet Song Brandy parlor, but we don't know where his hideout is. So I mean, it might not be a bad idea. It just could put you in a precarious spot if you get caught. But I like it. I think it's a cool move. So I'm down. I think that's rad.
Okay, I can do that. Maybe I'll hang out like on the roof or on a balcony or something of the inn. Keep watch.
Nice. That sounds good. All right. Everyone's in their positions. How do we start the fight?
So I think since we all went upstairs to pack, but since Onyx went upstairs to pack, I think it starts in the room with something as simple as just from the upstairs. With like just like shouting. I think Torek, since he's already blustery, just shouts, "How could you betray us like that with no notice, all surprise, when we were right in the middle of a bar we have never been to before?" And then I think we start kind of like rushing down the stairs because it's got to look intense. And I'll say something like, I don't know, like, "Get out of here, pack your bags," and then we can start going down.
We'll say Kinedrin enthusiastically grabs one of Onyx's bags and throws it out the door into the middle of the tavern.
I love it. Oh my!
I love it.
I give Kinedrin a thumbs up. I'm like,
how dare you!
You murdered my brothers!
Says, me? Betray you? I've had your back since Ravane. You wouldn't have made it this far without me. You should be begging me to stay.
Our back since Ravane. Well, since when does someone like you need someone like me around? You just go ahead and go on your own whims, make your own decisions. What's best for Onyx is best for the team. So why don't you just go and find what's best for you? Or hey, maybe you can end up just like Alzera did this evening, huh? Yeah, you want to go that same route? Because I'd be happy to show you. You saw what we left. I don't care what you thought about it at the time.
There are no people like me, Torek. But you seem to have quickly forgotten everything we've been through. The moment we met some other dwarf that you don't even know. You'd put all our lives at stake.
It's at this moment I look over at Kinedrin. I just give him a little side eye to kind of put his fist on a table after that. I kind of give him the knowing nod, like a real quick like wink, like, yeah, okay, do it now. And at that moment, once Kinedrin does it, I take the axe, not as in a show of like I'm gonna slash him, but I take the blunt side of it and I put it up to Onyx and I say, I never want to see your traitorous Kunari ass in my presence ever again, because if you do, I'll have a nice new trophy to hang on my bag. Now pack up, you hornhead, and get out of here.
All right. I think this is a good time for everyone to roll deception checks. At least for we'll have Kinedrin, Onyx, and Torek roll.
Yep.
Like, I'm not trying to deceive anybody.
And just to make sure, Oh yeah, right. Because that could have been the moment of, oh yeah, is this real? It's like, you know what? Yeah, it is real though. So that's all. So that's all communication based, right? Deception is not considered cunning, right?
Correct. That is communication.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this goes.
Oh no.
I'm going to roll discreetly for the spies, so you don't know if they know.
Yeah, no, that's really fair. That's really fair.
Love that.
Does Kenadrin get a roll too, or are you just already?
He does get a roll. You are correct.
Just to see. I mean, I'm guessing we can see what his performance level is too. I'd be so curious to see.
He's the most compelling out of the mix. All right.
Some points too. He has I forgot he has a deception focus because the Carta. That's right.
Carta.
Yep.
Of course,
Yep.
Carta. Forgot about that.
Yeah, his communication skill isn't very good, but like, he's got to make do.
That Onyx will take a beat, hurt by Torik's words, and say, I sincerely doubt you will live long enough to see me again. From getting ourselves killed. And with that, Onyx will leave.
I look at the bartender, I'll be like, I need 4 ales. Oh wait, they only do wine here. They don't do ale. I need 4 wines, I guess.
Kenadrin also shouts, good riddance!
And then I give him one more thumbs up, like, yeah. Because I don't know it poorly. I'm just like, yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Right.
Like sitting there real proud of myself, but real mad too,
What the others don't see is that as Onyx, leaves through the door of the inn, they wipe a tear away from their eye.
Oh.
Oh.
Adana, please roll me a whatever skill you would like to use to try to locate one of the spies.
That would probably, let's see.
Seeing would make the most sense.
Yeah, I think seeing would make the most sense. I don't have that, so I'm just gonna roll straight perception. Oops, did I double click?
Nope. I rolled also.
Oh, nice.
Oh, well.
Damn.
I don't see shit.
You searched pretty well, but unfortunately we're unable to actually find them. You found a couple of traces of where they were, but it seems once they got what they needed out of it, they jetted out of there pretty quickly. So you started looking in the wrong place, eventually found where they were, but that was about it.
Could I attempt to track them?
Sure. Go ahead and roll tracking.
Okay.
I keep forgetting how Blaine is actually spelled. And I need to update it in my notes.
Ooh.
Oh, better.
Hey, that's pretty stinking
much
good.
better.
Dude. It's pretty stinking good.
Tie still goes to the defender in this case.
Because
it's still against their stealth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Oh.
you track it for a decent bit, but once we get deeper into the heart of Val Royo, it kind of gets stomped away because truly they're able to just kind of work through crowds. And so any kind of actual physical trace they would leave behind is no longer traceable.
Well, I tried.
Real good attempt though, dude. That 17 was killer. It's just hard when they roll 17 too. It's still some...
So Adana knows that we were being watched, but not by whom.
Exactly. That I was gonna say. That's the important part. Is you know that you were observed. That is good.
Whether they believed it or not is a different story.
We will know later, maybe. Oh boy, I'm so excited. I love when you get those rolls. You're like, oh, this is such a middling roll, and you're just like, but you gotta play it like it went well. You gotta play it like everything's good, man. Nothing's wrong here.
All right, and with that, that's our first chunk of time out of the remainder. Good work, everybody. Now we are divided, so let's start with Onyx. Let's start with you.
I believe Onyx wants to give those spies a little time to get back to Blaine. Tell them about our little performance there at the inn. But after they think enough time has passed, they will head to their sweet song brandy parlor, see if they can figure out if Blaine isn't still there, how they can make contact with him.
Sure. We'll say it actually is pretty easy. The bouncer lets you in and kind of gives you a nod as if he was expecting you.
Mm-hmm.
They bring you
Chris.
back to where you found Blaine earlier, and you see Blaine there chit-chatting with a couple of people, nothing too surprising, pleasantly sipping some brandy, looks up at you and says, "Ah, welcome, please have a seat."
Onyx will cautiously sit at Blaine's table.
How very interesting to see you here without your party. Is there something I can do for you?
You have eyes everywhere in this city, Blaine. You know as well as I do that I'm not adventuring with my party anymore.
Of course.
I know you know that I didn't come by this at the blacksmith, and he'll put the mace down on that the Morning Star that we took off of one of his goons.
Ah, how very interesting. So you're telling me you saw combat recently. How fortuitous that you survived.
Not your intent, I'm sure. I'm confident that you would have been happier if your people had killed us out there outside the walls. But you underestimated us. And now, you are out a right hand. My offer is still on the table. Offer
Yes.
me security from the purifiers, and I will be the last mage in Valroyo at your servant. We've met with the Brotherhood. They're weak. Once they're gone, you're going to want someone like me on the payroll.
Truly.
Can I roll bargaining here?
Ooh, well, so you can roll bargaining, but I assume this is still deception. Is this correct?
Yes, Onyx does not intend on betraying Torek and Adana.
Okay, so let's start with deception first. But I will also let you roll bargaining on top of it.
All right.
Actually,
It's the same roll for me.
Let's roll bargaining first, because if you do well, I'll say that'll modify your deception check.
Okay. Please. Not so great.
We
Not so great. Let's see, where the heck is he? There he is.
You really feel it when you don't get bonuses to something. You really feel it when you get no bonuses. You're like, yep.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Yep.
But I love being bad at stuff.
Okay, that is communication. Very interestingly, bargaining is not one of his focuses, so he's just rolling straight communication. He does roll pretty well. We'll say he's willing to continue to hear you out, but is still very cautious, I think is the right way of saying it. It's too suspicious to just outright trust the bargain here. Go ahead and roll deception.
All right.
Come on.
Let's just say. And I do want to be clear that my service comes in exchange for something. I'm not throwing myself at your feet. I want to know that when this deal with the purifiers is done, I will be able to keep my life.
Oh, of course. I mean, that you were quite transparent about
Yes.
that. I feel that's a fair trade.
But after nearly getting us killed again, I say do what you want to my former companions.
How awfully bloodthirsty of you, but I like it.
Ooh.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
Two very middling rolls.
Another tie?
I will reveal that Blaine has discrete bonuses here.
Oh, okay. Curses.
Interesting how a tie will get you to make me reveal certain behind-the-scenes things here.
It was not on purpose.
Show your, hey man, you know what? But you know what? Sometimes the most innocent of questions gets the best answers. Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, because you could have easily been like, nope, tie goes to Blaine because it does. You're like, all right, great.
Yeah,
I guess.
how do we want to say this shakes out?
Oh, Blaine looks at you and says, I happily accept your offer. In fact, I already have something that I would like you to do. I would like you to attend the party for Lady Sonova, and I wish for you to help me track down the Elevated Brotherhood who will inevitably infiltrate the party. I need you to track them down and reveal their locations to me so we can take care of it. I'm sure you're already well aware that there is a deal taking place during the party, and I'm looking to mitigate any possible interruption to the best of my ability. Will you do this for me?
I'm certain my former companions will attempt to derail things. Well, but we found the Brotherhood once. I can find them again.
Very good. And with that, he reaches to someone next to him and kind of waves his fingers, and they place in his hands a scroll, which he then hands to you across the table. It is an invitation to Lady Sonova's gala.
Yay!
Right, halfway there, and we're still looking pretty good, guys.
All right. Let's move over to Torek.
Great. So, I think the goal, because we already have one invitation, right? So really all we need left now are two more, whether that's Adana getting one or me getting a couple, like however that works. So I think what I'd like to do, I think I brought up, I think last week, is I want to find like, you know, some nobles that are looking to have like, basically like kind of valets for the night, like people that like can, you know, they're not totally looking to be like, I want you by my side, but I want you out there and around. So my goal is to basically get, Kenedrin and I hired that way, or at least one of us hired that way. So that way, if Adana needs a chance to get in, we still have that.
Sure.
So I kind of want to, I guess, go to like, I guess the only spot to do this is finding the more like the higher class area in Valroyo, and using my charms, basically, like, you know, especially because I know the etiquette of the land, to kind of sell myself as a proper valet with Kenedrin.
So I think the best skill check for this would be cultural lore, which is a cunning focus. I will also say this is 100% about as graduated of a skill check as you could ever imagine, because how well you succeed will change who you find.
Great. I guess my question for you here is, do I get to know what the ob is, or what the challenge is for this, or is it just more like roll and we'll know? Just so I know if I just purely fail on fail's sake, you know?
I'll tell you, the ob is 11 to just get anyone you can talk to.
All right.
If you want a reasonably easier success, it's going to be 14, and if you want the best case scenario, it's going to be 18.
Dang. All right. Fair enough. Okay. Great. Then I will go ahead and...
Unless you tell me if there's something more specific that you're looking for, because that will change the ob. Because right now, as it is, it's a more of a general search of nobility that you can kind of...
What I'm looking for, because obviously these parties are always filled with... I'm looking for people who are very aware of, like, what the game is, so that they're okay with me not just being at their beck and call the whole time, right? I want to find people who I know are looking for their own advancements in, like, you know, in this party, so that way it looks better on them, that they have people who are out and about in the party for them. So I'm definitely looking for nobles who are looking to keep their station climbing up.
Okay, that makes sense. Are you taking Kenedrin with you for this?
That was my initial goal, yes, because I want us to kind of maybe get hired as a pair. I thought that might make it a little bit better. Like, hey, you can get two of us for you, and all it costs you is a couple of invitations.
Cool. That means Kenedrin will also be rolling with you.
All right, great. So we're both doing cunning. Oh, let's see how we go. All right. Dang, Kenadrin,
Wow.
you're gonna probably do better than I will.
Dang! Wow!
Holy shit!
Holy!
I have nothing in cunning and I got a full 18. Oh my
Oh my
god!
gosh!
That's great.
What?
Holy
What?
shit! Holy shit!
What? What?
Oh, wow. Damn. Okay. Was not expecting that, but I already have an
Me
answer
either.
for you.
Me either. Great. Fantastic.
So, wow, So Kenadrin
Oh my
starts
God.
kind of like pulling you in a direction. It's like, I think through some of my dealings, like I've heard some names before, like we could probably start with some of these nobles that might be willing to kind of hire us on. And while you're kind of like shopping around and kind of getting to more noble areas, and Kenadrin's kind of rattling off all these little like things he knows about these couple of people, you happen to just catch a glance at a very wealthy looking dwarf in the noble quarter who is just returning home from getting off his like horse carriage. And it occurs to you that who would be more amicable to hiring dwarves to do things other than a fellow dwarf?
Then a dwarf. Fantastic. Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking for. So yeah, I kind of bump Kenadrin. Although I guess Kenadrin, is he securing his own doing that, or is he with me on this?
Oh, he'll come with you, unless you tell him not to.
No. I'm gonna bump Kenadrin, but I think we have our person here. And so I go over and say, well met.
Yeah, kind of seems a little startled at first because you're just approaching him on the street, and he kind of stops and turns and sees you. Fellow dwarf. A little raggedy, but hi. Is there something I can do for you?
Yeah, I am Torek, and this is Kenadrin, and we are two dwarves here, and looking to be hired on as guards and valets here. There's a big party coming up. I'm sure you're quite aware. For Lady Silva. I don't have it written somewhere in all my notes. And, well, it looks like just seeing your horse here, everything, looks like you just got back in town. And, well, my pal and I have been here for a couple of days, have already gotten a little bit of lay of the land. Maybe we can spread the good word of you coming back, and a party would be a great spot to do that.
Crosses his arms, kind of looks you up and down. Come inside, let's talk.
Oh, wonderful.
Brings you inside. It's a pretty elegant place, but you're very delighted to see. It's decorated in a mix of dwarven and Orlesian fashion. Even though he's a surfacer, he has not lost his taste for the kind of the wealthy historic designs that you would see in deep dwarven society. It's pretty clear that this dwarf probably once lived in Orzammar, if anything, and somehow made great success outside of out on the surface.
What is your name, friend?
The name is Kaz, Lord Kaz.
It's wonderful to see, someone out here doing the real work. It's, oh, thank you. It's wonderful to see someone out here, coming from the stone and bringing the stone back up here. This is a mighty fine place you have here.
Well, I've done pretty well for myself. I've been out here for quite a while. I still, though, remember the days where I was afraid I'd fall up into the sky. That was a long time ago.
The first time I came out, I thought the same. If I didn't run into other folks, I think I might have thought I was about to fly away myself.
You never do quite get used to it, though. Sometimes I do miss a stone ceiling over my head.
Oh, absolutely. And what a ceiling you have here. But yeah, no, Kaz, Kenadrin and I here, we're a couple of fine dwarf. We can fight, we can talk, we can roam, and we just want to, support you at this party and just be around.
Tell you what, I'm not much for normally hiring people I've just met, but I'm willing to work with you here. I'll happily have you escort me to the party, but there is actually a deeper goal I have in mind for you if you're up for it.
I mean, shoot.
I'd ask a favor.
All right.
Let's see, what do I want you to do here?
Oh.
You know, I got an 18. I'm just kidding. I'm absolutely messing around.
This feels the most dwarvish.
I'm very excited.
There's someone at the party that I think deserves a good slap in the face. I need you to find someone I have in mind and deliver a humiliating insult to them in front of a crowd. Really, really put it to them and embarrass the hell out of them.
Great. Who may I ask is this person?
Let's see. Let's say... Man, the question is, do I want them to be another dwarf? Probably not. They should be human. Some kind of
Yeah, no one
smooth-
likes humans.
Disgusting creatures.
Those dirty humans.
We'll call him, Duke Lemur.
Ooh, boy.
Lemur.
With a name like that, I can see why you need a dirty insult on this guy.
I'm sure there's a better way to spell it, but we'll rock with this one.
I'm here for that. I put an apostrophe somewhere where it probably didn't make sense, so we're good. Yeah, I mean,
Dirty.
Anytime.
Dirty bastard did me bad on some business and never made good on it. And, he didn't do anything technically wrong, but he really needs to get the shit slapped out of him a little bit in the most political way possible. So really make a fool of this man for me, and we'll call it good.
When we're at the party, you want us to do this, right? You want us to humiliate him because it's got to be, I'm sure, at a very important gala in which to do this. So great, yeah. So does that mean you have enough for an invitation for the both?
That's good enough for one. I got another favor in mind if you want to.
Why don't you let me hear the favor, and I can mull it over. Is that okay?
Sure, of course.
All right, great.
Other thing I have in mind is, I want you to... I hate that music that they play in these stupid freaking galas. I need you to find some of those bards and just smash up their instruments. Just make it stop. I can't handle this. Not for another day. It's horrible.
You know. I love it. I fucking love it. Yeah, you know what? You know what? You got yourself a deal. Fuck the music of Orlais, huh? They need some good, deep music of the rock in there, and they're really missing out on them.
You could even say rock music.
You know what? For 2 invitations for me and my pal here, I'd be more than happy to verbally put someone down and break some instruments here.
Perfect. Then we have a deal. And he kind of puts out his hand to shake on it.
And I give him real deep shake, real strong, and I say, "Well met, Cass. I'm sure we'll see you at the party. We can just meet you right in there, right? You don't need us beforehand. We can just mosey on in."
You can come with me to the gates. I think you'll have an easier time. You should probably dress a little nicer, though.
Oh, so no armor, right? I probably should wear my finery. Yeah,
probably wear armor. It depends on what you're doing. If you're my escort's armor is fine. Just, maybe clean up your hair. Maybe wear a cape. Anything you could do to kind of look a little bit nicer. I mean, you look a little bit like a slob. You have blood on you.
But I
usually
don't have my blood is on nobody else. That's the important part. I say absolutely lying because my blood is probably somewhere in those streets right now. Well, all right. We have ourselves a deal. We'll see you tomorrow evening.
Sounds perfect.
And Kenedrin and I turn to Kenedrin and say, well, I think maybe you'll be our little smasher of the instruments. How does that sound, Kenadrin? Seems like a good you job.
It sounds perfect. No, I love it. I hate that music too.
Great, perfect. What are they using? String instruments? What are we?
Savages. Horrible.
Savages. Awful. All right, great. Cannot believe I got an 18 on that roll. I cannot believe I got an 18. That's nuts.
That is truly best case scenario. Man, I could have made you do so much worse, but you.
Oh, I know. When I saw that, I'm like, Kenadrin rolled so well. I am gonna look so poor in comparison. I'm like, oh, I look good. I rolled well for once. Look at me.
With that, the party pretty swiftly acquired 4 invitations. I guess I'll throw it over to you, Adana. Is there anything that you want to do at this time?
Well, there's no way for me to know that we have all 4 invitations secured, is there?
I mean, I will say with your secret communication drop spot, I will allow it.
Sorry.
I will require, though, if you're going to be using this communication drop spot, I need the people communicating and receiving communications to all roll a stealth check if you want to keep this discreet.
I mean, the goal is to keep it discreet. So, yeah, I think in my note, too, I say secured 2. Whatever plans we need, let's move on those. Because I have some thoughts of what to do. The good news is we could probably grab a rest tonight, though, guys, and do even more stuff the next day. So that's good. We still have a full blue block. Oh, no, we're about to use the last full blue block for today. So
yeah, nice. I mean, I haven't done whatever yet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you still have yours. Yeah.
If there's something useful I can do, because I don't want to waste time trying to get an invitation if there's some way I can find out that we already have enough.
And Chris, I'm sorry, this is so silly because I don't have stealth as a skill. Is that under dexterity or cunning?
That is dexterity.
Dexterity. Great, thank you.
Yeah, Onyx would like to leave a message for Adana at our drop point. Tell them about Blaine's mission for Onyx to kind of flush out the Brotherhood, find their hideout. And basically, Onyx is going to try and make contact with them and see if we can kind of turn this situation against Blaine. We can kind of turn his planned ambush of them into kind of a sting on his people. Maybe we can take out more of his minions before the party.
Yeah, maybe tell them like a false location or something, and then kind of hit them from the shadows, kind of thing.
Heck yeah. And then I'm just putting the note that I secured 2 invites. We might have to cause a little bit of a scene due to invites, but it might make for a good distraction for the evening. And I'll say, I'll also add in no, I won't add anything else in the note, just in case it gets spotted. So no, it's all put. Sweet. So just well coming.
I let them know I got an invite as well. So I'll be at the party.
All right. Please, everyone, roll me your stealth checks.
Whoa,
nice, not bad. Yeah.
Mine's very middling. Very okay. So mine might be...
Did I put this person? There you are.
And I did not sign my name, because the one thing I said was I wasn't going to put my name on this stuff just in case, so...
Okay. Okay.
Just how you go to the defender in that case?
It does. I will absolutely say. So, not that you would really know this anyway, but it seems that nobody is snooping in your secret drop spot. You are able to keep it discreet.
Heck yeah. All right.
All right. So, communications have been spread. Adana, what would you like to do with your time?
I guess the best use of my time right now might be to attempt to track Blaine's people's movements again, to kind of get an idea of what they're doing, what they're planning.
Sure. How would you like to go about doing this?
The problem is I don't know what kind of people they are, so I don't know where they would be likely to frequent.
do technically know that, like, they all, I mean, at least Blaine himself frequents that one parlor. So if anything, that's a good starting point. That if you want to, like, find any more of his hideouts, going there is never a bad, like not going in there, but going to that area. I'm sure there'll be someone there.
Yeah, I could like stake out somewhere discreet, like nearby, because if I go in there, they're obviously probably gonna recognize me.
Yeah,
so,
right, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe I don't know, maybe is there a tavern nearby whose window I can kind of see through to the, I'm sorry, what was it called again?
The Sweet Song?
Sweet Song, yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely kind of hole up and kind of just passively watch them. Let's see. I guess the best way to do this would just be to do a seeing check.
Yeah, probably. It's perception, right?
Yeah, you have a good perception though, right? So hey, that's good. At least get that +3 said now.
Ooh. I ain't seen
I know
shit.
we are getting those real middling rolls.
Nerve-wracking.
I'm gonna have them roll stealth. They're not technically sneaking, but you know they're gonna at least try to make sure that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's see. Well. Oh, but he's not wearing his armor right now. That would be silly.
Yeah, that would be kind of weird.
Yeah.
Okay,
unless
so
he's always prepared.
It seems as though he might just not have left through the front entrance. Like, he might actually go through the back or through a different way. So there's not a whole lot you're able to see. So you do hole up for a while and don't see much. The good news, though, is that means that he probably doesn't have that many people kind of with him at all times. So I'll at least give you that he himself might not have a ton of people at the party with him, which probably is good, because that means less competition.
Okay, well, that's something.
Nice. Hell yeah.
All right, and then that marks the end of day one, assuming that the party would like to sleep.
Yes,
yeah, because I'm guessing
please.
if we use any of the boxes on day one, we don't get a full night of rest, right? Even if we used one of the boxes, I'm assuming that just means...
That would be
Yes.
4 hours, right?
Yeah,
Cool.
it's basically a commitment of, we're not sleeping or we are sleeping.
Oh, we are. Yeah, then
Oh,
I think...
absolutely, 100% sleeping. Yeah.
All right. Then in that case, everyone does get the benefits of a full night's sleep, which I think should pretty much... I know it restores your MP completely. I think it will pretty much heal everyone else completely, too.
Yeah, let me know what day it is.
Yeah. That is 10 plus Constitution plus level.
Yes, I will be far above. I'm only missing out on like 8 right now, so yes.
Cool. It does
I'm
mean
curious-
Kinedrin is also full.
I'm wondering what kind of
not
accommodations.
quite full, but I'm only 2 hit points.
But you get to roll though, don't you? Or no, is it just... sorry, I thought I heard a die roll. No, it's just that.
Nope.
Nice. That's
Just
so
flat.
good. Oh, sorry, what was that? I'm so sorry, Zag.
Oh, I was curious what kind of accommodations Blaine puts Onyx up in for this night before the party.
We'll say that he puts you up in a reasonably nice inn. So he doesn't keep you with him, but at least provides you with a reasonable quality, like honestly nicer than where you've been staying kind of accommodations. And they provide you with a meal and everything, so it's no problem.
Nice.
Nice.
This is a foreign experience. This is probably the nicest place that Onyx has ever spent the night
This is what we're gonna find out. We're gonna get to the party that Onyx is gonna be like, and I throw Torek down the stairs, and I cast Death Ray on Adana, and I run.
We'll
I'm
say
sorry,
this.
guys. That comforter was fire.
This
Cheeseburgers, holy shit!
the inn that he sets you up in is known for having a wide variety of sherry and port wines, and duck feather stuffed pillows.
Wow.
Damn.
It's all fancy stuff.
Dang.
I had a luxury over here. Okay. Onyx is definitely going to be too bougie for us by the time we all meet back up.
Yeah, he's gonna be all dressed up and
Yeah, I know.
fancy robes.
They're
I'm
gonna
sure
have like their
dress
horns
on.
dipped in gold at the tips there.
Yeah,
I mean,
with jewelry hanging off.
There's probably at least a little bit of like, some people live like this every day?
Yeah, right. Like this is a normal occurrence.
Yeah. Despite his comfortable environs, Onyx, I'd say, gets as much sleep as they can, but their thoughts are with their companions, and they'll be safe without them.
Oh.
And Torek sleeps so hard. It's the hardest he's slept like a rock in ages. Ages. Because for once he's like, maybe things are working, and he hasn't felt like this since he's been in the arenas at Orzammar. He's like, oh, we're doing good.
Roll me 3d6, Tony, for Torek here.
Sure, 3d6. Let's do it. 11.
You snore pretty loudly, but it doesn't quite keep Kenadrin up.
Should roll to see if Kenadrin snoring keeps Torek up.
Let's see. Nah, pretty even trade, honestly.
Even Steven, man. I'm here for it.
You both sleep like dwarves, loud and completely knocked out.
Yep. I think we were sharing a room. I'm pretty sure just to save on cost, I think the two of us shared a room.
Yeah,
that is exactly why I'm making you roll.
It's so good. I love it. Awesome. Sweet.
All right, the night passes without issue. Everyone gets a full night's sleep and feels pretty nice and refreshed the next day. We'll say then for day 2, prior to the party, you don't really have to worry about time anymore unless you do anything crazy. So you can kind of spend your time however you see fit at this point.
So there's one
I'm
thing
crazy.
Crazy would be like leaving town and meeting with the Elevated Brotherhood ahead of time or something like that.
I'm gonna go fight a dragon. That's what I want to do. I'm gonna go this Dragon Age.
Do we need to? They're gonna need to deliver that paperwork to us at some point.
Yes.
Right? Yes, they will.
So the only thing I want to do for sure is I want to spread some like noise about the whole like the possible dealings with Blaine and the Elevated Brotherhood possibly cutting out like the purifiers, because I know part of the idea was if we can start getting some noise, even if it's not fully believed, it at least starts getting it out there, and then that letter hopefully will help push that idea when we do hand it to the purifiers later. I think what I'm looking to do is going into like, I don't know. I mean, I want to go into like purifier territory, because purifiers aren't really like they probably don't care that we fought Blaine. Like that doesn't bother them, right?
No,
like I don't think any of the people that were there. So I want to go into like that territory. And Kenadrin can come with me or not. It's okay. I might do this one on my own. I actually might have Kenadrin go and get us capes for our armor for the day, for the evening. I want him to get like really cool like copper capes with like copper colored capes, like gold trim, because I think that kind of speaks to like that kind of earthy like Orzammar-y kind of idea.
Okay. All right.
Especially since we're so I'll give them, I don't know how much silver that would be, but I'm happy to give whatever silver that would. I don't have a ton, so I guess if it's way outside my cost, and I want to clean up my armor. I think what today is at some point during the day, I want Kenadrin to make sure the two of us to get ourselves all glammed up before the event.
We'll say for nice capes, we'll call it 5 silver. Not too crazy.
Great. And then how much to get ourselves like our armor cleaned up and shined? I can't remember what that was last time. Unless you want to just like toss another silver on top and we can just do a really good clean.
Yeah, just toss. I think it was more expensive, but just toss the silver on it. So we'll call it a solid 6 silver, and then you're in good shape.
Great. And so so the only big thing I want to do though is go to like the area where, I don't know, like the Templars kind of like, again, where the gossips are. I want to avoid Blaine's main territory, just because if he starts hearing word of it beforehand, he can go and like basically like deny. Again, not that it would make a huge difference if we keep showing more proof. But yeah, that's my only thing I want to do today before we wrap.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me. This is going to be challenging.
That makes sense.
But I would like an etiquette roll from you.
Ooh, all right. I'll take that. Let me just reopen my... Thinking I have my character sheet floating somewhere because I keep thinking, oh, if I put it here, surely I won't lose it. I mean, 15. Don't know where that lands. But
No, that's that is pretty good. You do a good job at not putting a massive, terrifying target on your back, because if you did this poorly,
oh, I know.
Oh boy, howdy!
I'm already in trouble. I'd be so fucked.
No, it ends up working pretty well. You do get some rumors kind of pushing, and you're not sure how it'll play out, but you at least have some people talking.
I think the 3 points that I try to make the clearest, and again, based on that 15, I want to hold on to, is that Blaine is entertaining things with the Brotherhood, the things with the Templar Order that I can't, my brain's literally not working right, is starting to fracture. Yes, I'm sorry, the Purifiers are starting to fracture, and that it's possible that the Lyria may not be as secured as they were hoping it was going to be. Like, it may not be as secure, because I want to start like putting some doubt that, like, you know, or maybe even the doubt that maybe the Carta has caught wind of this, something like that. I want some doubt on the Lyrium itself too. And those are the 3 big points I can think of on the top of my head that that Torik's trying to do. And again, Torik grabs himself an ale on the way out. Again, he doesn't know if this is good or bad. He felt the same way after the argument, and he's like, maybe I can play the game. And I stumble a little bit, and I'm like, oh god. And then, look both ways to make sure no one saw that happen, and then I leave.
Beautiful. Adana, was there anything you wanted to do before the party?
Yeah, I'd also like to get my armor polished and cleaned up, just to look semi-decent. So what did you say, like a silver or 2 for that?
Yeah, just 1 silver. We'll say the more expensive cost last session was because you had a lot of like months-old grime kind of caked into it. This is pretty fresh blood. Wash this off without as much issue.
It's so easy when it's fresh.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm gonna assume that Adana just had the other invite, if that's all right. Like, I know we just kind of were given 1 invite, so I'm just gonna assume that.
Yeah. We can say that you kind of, well, you got one from the Brotherhood, so we'll say through the communication drop point, you trade them around as you need.
Cool, awesome, great.
Cool. Anything else from Madonna?
The only other thing I can think of is maybe trying to track down where they're keeping the lyrium in case things go really bad at the party and not how we hope. Then we can maybe try to destroy it as a last resort.
We have talked about that. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any particular way you would like to approach this?
I'm not very good at like this political type intrigue stuff. Does anyone have any idea?
We can just make it an investigation check if you would like. If you just kind of like go to taverns and just kind of chit chat with people and try to like pull information, or even like a market square, right, where you're just kind of near people trying to like get any little pieces of information you can. Investigation would make the most sense.
Okay, is that a communication?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, dude! Hell
yeah! So you're trying to figure out where they're keeping the lyrium.
Right.
Okay. I think I'll give you this. It's hard to say for sure, but the rumors believe that it's actually being kept at Lady Sonova's manor.
Oh, interesting. Which is where the party is happening?
Yes.
Okay.
And so it's reasonable to assume that Blaine may even use it to basically prove he's good there. But that's why there wasn't a planned movement of the lyrium there, because it's already been there the whole time. It was never in Blaine's hands.
Gotcha. Interesting.
If you can get that information to Onyx, I can use that with the Brotherhood.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll use the Dropbox
Cool.
Ooh. Oh, and how about the letter? Are they going to give that to
how are they going to find
Adana?
us?
Yeah.
How are they going to find us to give us the letter?
Yeah, we can knock that out right now.
Well, I guess they probably would have given it to me because I think I asked for it, right?
Well, it also kind of depends on who they find. Because
Fair.
we haven't communicated where they need to bring
Where
it
we
to.
are.
That's a
Yeah.
really good point.
If anything, they would assume that they should deliver it near the tavern that everyone
Was staying at originally.
staying at. So
Yeah.
we'll go with we'll do this. Pretty
We gotta forward our mailing address. Ah.
Okay, we're gonna go 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. They end up stumbling upon Adana first,
Okay.
and they hand you a letter and say we were able to get exactly what your group asked for. So we trust it'll be used well in your capable hands.
Thank you very much, friend. We will make the best use of this we possibly can.
Oh, thank you. You're sticking your necks out there trying to help us too. They truly couldn't have asked for better assistance. We'll presumably we'll see each other at the party.
Indeed.
All right, and I'll throw it over to you, Onyx. Was there anything you wanted to do before the party?
Yeah, if Adana can get this information about delirium being held at the party house, what was her name again? Lady Sanova, if it's being held there, Onyx would like to carry out the appearance of undertaking this mission for Blaine about finding the Brotherhood's hideout. But my idea is to essentially make contact with the Brotherhood, tell them about delirium, tell them that delirium is at the party, and then essentially let them know, essentially give Blaine good intel about where their hideout is, so Blaine sends all his people to go get them. If he can go after the Brotherhood, but they can just not be there. Or you can give them a bad location to send them on a little wild goose chase while the Brotherhood helps us at the party.
Okay.
So I know it would take some time to get back and forth from where we met the Brotherhood before outside the city, but as far as Onyx is concerned, they've got all day.
So the Brotherhood, when you found them outside the city, that wasn't a hideout though. That was them actually gearing up to go back to a different city entirely.
Oh wow, they're picking up stakes and abandoning Val Royale entirely?
No, that was basically just a camp that they were waiting for the spy to return to with information before they went back and reported to their superiors. So it's reasonable to assume that they don't actually have a headquarters or like a home base in Valroyo anyway, because you know that they're based in northern Orlais. So they're actually traveling pretty far to come to Valroyo for this effort. So if anything, the Brotherhood, if anything, they're kind of just held up in similar to the rest of you.
All right. Did they, when we met them yesterday, did they let us know where we could find them if we needed help?
I don't think they would have even known where they were going to stay, is the problem. So even the person who...
if he knows where they are, or was that what he wanted me to do?
That's what he wanted you to do, I think.
Yeah, he specifically wants you to find them that infiltrate the party. I think to him, there's kind of no need to find them before that point because he's assuming that they're not really going to be detectable in Valroyo because it's huge. So the best place to find them is just going to be at the party where he knows for sure they will be.
All right.
I hope that makes sense.
If he doesn't expect me, if he doesn't expect me to find them before the party, then I guess Onyx will kind of investigate around Blaine's, maybe, chat up some of Blaine's associates, investigate around some of his operation to see if they can learn anything else that might help us during our little plan at the party.
Sure.
Any correspondences between him and the Purifiers, learning who some of the Purifiers are, so Onyx knows to avoid them, perhaps. Who the decision makers are.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
All right. That is...
Communication, right?
Yes, that's communication.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna learn that eventually. I'm starting to like. That's only. There's a couple that are a little weird where I'm like, oh right, okay, that's the one. But just a couple. I admit, we're all hitting those like 10 to 13s today. Jesus.
So you talk to them, and you basically find out that essentially the deal that's planned to take place in Lady Sanova's manor is expected to take place in the attic, which is going to be away from all of the people. Basically, it's going to be in one of the most discreet places. There's a nice attic that, I mean, the upper floors are rarely used during a gala anyway, but of course people kind of poke around. So they're going all the way up to the top where there will be no distractions. You do unintentionally reveal a little bit more, though, than you were planning, because they themselves asked you questions back.
Oh dear.
So you haven't revealed your hand necessarily, but you could tell that they're kind of putting some pieces together.
Well, I guess, what do they want to know?
So we'll say that they're asking you, like, what's kind of your strategy, and like where do you plan to go to kind of find the Brotherhood? Like, what do you know about the Brotherhood?
Yeah, I guess Onyx shares where the camp was. So he gives them a little bit more than they should have about like describing the agent that we met with.
Yeah, and
it might make it a little harder for them to move around.
And I'll even say this inadvertently even reveals to them that there was a Brotherhood agent in the Sweet Song Brandy Parlor. They didn't know that. And you accidentally just told them that.
Okay. Well, I would like, if I can get something out of them in return, I guess my main question would be, how loyal are Blaine's men? Are they really just in it are they in it for the money just like him, or will these, will they be harder to turn against him,
You get a sense that they're pretty loyal. It is definitely about the money, but when you're in the game, it's always more than just the money. If they were to betray Blaine, they can be excommunicated from Orlais, at least Val Royeaux, through any number of political moves. So it's not the single act of betraying that would do it, it's that Blaine has enough allies to make sure that these people will never set foot and have any kind of title in any kind of noble spot in Orlais ever again.
He's got that much pull. Okay.
Yeah, well, at least the right connections. But this is also part of the game as a whole, right? Which is, it's the threat of everyone basically pulling you out of the game, and that can lead to people dying, but sometimes excommunication is even worse.
Yep, losing status is for some of those folks is a consequence worse than death.
Yeah, which is interesting because as Blaine is an ex-Chevalier, he did fall out of status for a while when he left the Chevalier.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that.
But he came back to power through a meticulous effort of building connections and kind of building up his network. So he kind of pulled himself out from the hole.
Yeah, because he didn't change his name, right? He didn't pull like a whole
Yeah, he has a known status as an ex-Chevalier, which is not very common to be able to wear as almost a badge of pride at this point.
Yeah, right. It's wild. He basically turned the biggest negative into a special look what I can do. Look how far I've come. Like it doesn't matter that I'm an ex-chevalier. If anything, that means I'm something different.
It's impressive.
Cool. Yeah.
I would like to have Onyx, if they can, speak with Blaine at some point before the party. Have another kind of more or less private conversation.
Sure.
After
absolutely.
talking to some of his gang.
Sure. We'll say he's reasonably easy to get a hold of. He'll give you the time that you ask for. What can I do for you, Onyx?
Watch, just getting to know some of your people. They respect you.
I certainly would hope so. I do my best to treat them well.
They told me that you had something of a unusual journey to your current position.
Are you speaking of my chevalier status of days of yore?
I suppose I am, though I can't say I very well know what it means.
Chevaliers are a bit of a complicated thing in the world of Orlais, but you could consider me generally as what you might call a knight in other cultures, except maybe a little bit more prestigious than that. A warrior, but of nobility, is kind of what the Chevalier are. Though I fell out of status, the one truth of all of Val Royale and Orlais in general is that money speaks. And I built and worked very hard to regain my status and create connections, and what I've been working on with this lyrium trade has brought in a lot of money, and that has brought me back into favor with a lot of the nobility. A lot of work.
What was it exactly that led to your change in fortunes?
Misfortune. I'll leave it at that, I think.
It is something I know a fair bit about.
It happens to the best and the
nervous?
worst of us.
Oh.
Nervous? For tonight?
Yes.
No. I'm not nervous at all. Please roll me a empathy check.
Yeah, right? It's just to show how not nervous he really is. That's all. Like, you know. What's empathy considered under? Oh, willpower. Okay.
Whoa.
He seems calm as a clam.
Woo, buddy.
He hasn't been worried a day in his life for the last decade.
Damn, that's crazy.
That was a ridiculous
What
roll.
a good friggin' roll. Good lord. Blade's scary, guys. Blade's scary. Just seeing some of these bonuses starting to pop, I'm like, Blade's scary.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I'm
good.
glad you're confident. I suspect that my former companions will make an appearance. How would you like me to conduct myself, should we meet them?
I won't ask you to turn against your old companions. I'm still simply asking for you to find those Brotherhood agents. I think they are the truer threat here. That being said, I would ask you not to assist your companions. But I think that kind of goes without saying, considering that you fell out of favor with them.
They are beyond my ability to help them.
Understandable. Like I said, won't ask you to do anything against them. I'm not a cruel man. But I hope you understand that at least my people will try to also not let them interfere.
Believe me, Blaine, I may be new to this game everyone talks about, but at least I'm willing to play it. It's more than I could say for Torek.
That's fair. It is a difficult game. It's not for everyone, but if you're good at the game, it can treat you very well.
I've noticed. I guess Onyx gestures to a nice outfit that they've been provided for the party.
Yes, absolutely, they did provide Onyx with a very nice outfit.
Dang, I had to spend friggin' 9 on my 6. I had to spend 6 silver on my. I'm just messing, man.
For everyone though that did make connections, it is worth noting that none of you were actually provided with masks, despite your outfits.
Shit.
Okay.
It's not necessary. It just means that in your case, for both Torek and Kinedrin, it means that you don't represent that house that you're working for. And in your case, Onyx, that still is true. You're working for Blaine, but you are not representing his house either.
So what's do we have to ask our people for masks in that case, or can we buy masks? Like, I don't know what the...
So you could buy masks. Typically, though, masks are going to represent a noble house, so it would be an incredibly expensive endeavor to try to create a new mask.
Okay.
You could try to get a more generic mask, but it would still kind of stand out like a sore thumb. So considering that everyone's going to recognize you as outsiders anyway, it's almost doesn't make a difference.
I did have one more thing, if we have a moment to do it. I want to see if I can get any dirt on Lemure, if I want to be able to verbally slap him for cause. I know that's not really super important to the game, so that's why I try to do it. If it's possible, do a quick roll to see if I can learn anything that I could kind of use against him.
Yeah, go ahead and roll investigation. Which is
communication. I was like, I got it this time. Now the question is, will I get the roll this time? All right, communication. Very in the middle, so I don't know what that means. You tell me.
Let's see. Let's say that they have a bit of a reputation for having very poor taste in wine, and that's about all you can really get.
Okay. All right, I'll take that. Poor taste in wine.
Drink them under the table. Get trashed on cheap wine with this guy.
Have a dwarf enjoy finer wines than a noble and be like, oh, I guess your palate isn't as refined.
There is genuinely a focus skill for drinking.
Oh yeah, I might pick it up eventually just because you gotta. If you're a dwarf, I just feel like you gotta. But I'm never gonna take gambling. But I promise you, if I can find a chance to play cards tonight, it's gonna happen. And I'm not ever going to take a gambling focus ever.
Kinedrin has a focus in drinking.
Nice.
Oh, whoa, he did pretty well then. I imagine I brought a couple ales and he just like beasted it.
Oh yeah, he's one of those ones where it's like you put a mug in front of him and he goes, "Shroop." All right, ready for more.
All right, next round. Sweet. Oh, it's so weird not seeing you guys though. I feel so like disconnected from you guys, and we're still gonna have to like play this game tonight.
Yeah. Adana feels like a total fish out of water in all of this. Just like, I have no idea what to expect from a party. Not even sure if she should actually be in the party proper.
But you have an invite. And if anything, you have the most room to maneuver with your invite because you're not connected to anything, right? Like, you're not promised to anybody. So it's nice having somebody, especially our sneaky rogue, being the person who doesn't have to be like, well, where'd that person go? They're like, oh, no, this lady just had an invite. Whatever.
Yeah.
So,
fair enough.
Yeah.
Nice.
Will we be able to have our weapons with us at the party?
Good question.
Yes. Let's see.
Okay.
Torek and Kinedrin, definitely. Onyx, definitely. Adana, would it make sense for them to say no? Nah, I think it would be fine. You may have a difficult time getting entrance with your weapons, but you might just be able to talk your way through it. It's not
honor dueling is a big part of their culture, right? I fully expect everyone is armed at all times.
Yeah, that was
a bow is involved with dueling.
Yeah, I was gonna say, carrying weapons is not an uncommon sight for nobility. They definitely will have like a rapier at their side, but yeah, things that aren't common might have more eyes on it.
So could I put my dagger somewhere on my person discreetly and then just maybe leave my bow and arrows like in a hiding spot near, like outside the mansion? I assume it's a mansion.
Yeah, it's a big manor. Yeah, absolutely, you could do that.
Okay.
I'm guessing those, Chris, since I'm like there as like in my nice armor, I feel like it would make sense to have like my weapons as part of like the display, unless that is also frowned upon.
Well, you were hired half as muscle.
Great.
Publicly,
Cool.
you're hired as muscle and protection.
Yes. Okay, great. So that makes sense.
But discreetly, you have a secondary purpose, which is how most things in the game work.
Exactly. That's how the game always works. I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, once the party starts, I know one of the things I'm going to do is probably beeline for Adana, because I'm assuming we know at some point that you got the letter from them, because I know at least when we initially talked, I was going to talk with the man, why can't I remember these purifiers? I was going to talk with the purifiers initially, and so having that letter would be super important, especially since I've gone around spreading most of the falsehoods that are happening here. I did not expect me to roll well at any of that today, so I'm glad it happened.
I'm delighted by it, honestly.
I'm really glad that worked out.
So there's not a good skill for this, which is a little bit frustrating, but roll me stealth, basically to hide your daggers and to stash your bow in a reasonable place to access.
Would that be Dex?
I think stealth is Dex, yeah, because I think we rolled earlier.
Let a hand to trick others. Oh, use Ledgermane. Ledgermane?
Oh, like sleight of hand.
Yeah, it does include hiding things. Okay, I almost missed that one.
So that would still be Dex, or?
Yes, that's also Dex.
Okay.
Yeah, because sometimes they do a weird thing, like, no, but that one's cunning. Whoa, my God.
Perfect.
Oh, I can't. Where's the window? Oh, wow.
Yes.
I
mean,
spring-loaded daggers.
I did that so freaking well.
I
don't even know where it's at.
I will even go so far as to say you can hide it within Window's reach of anywhere you'd like in the manor.
Hell yeah, that's what a cool little
That's
a
really
cool
good.
little gimme. Like, if there's a window there, it's there. That's rad. I like that. I like that a lot.
And your daggers, zero issue to hide.
Cool. Do I need to specify what window I'm hiding it, or?
Nope.
Okay.
We're just gonna give this one to you as basically it'll take an action as long as there's a window near you to just grab it, and you will have your bow.
Rolls.
Nice.
Yep.
Yes.
Woo! All right. Is it party time then?
all coming together.
I think it's party time. This is
quick
also.
question.
Oh, sure.
Is my heavy leather armor going to be like acceptable garb? Do I need to like buy anything special to wear since I'm not ostensibly like bodyguarding for anybody?
Yeah, you would definitely still stand out like a sore thumb wearing just leather armor. We can even say through your communications that you know, at least through Torek, that they bought capes. It might be good enough to kind of just gussy up your outfit enough to kind of get by.
Okay. Yeah. So what was that, like 5 silver or something?
Yeah, that's 5 silver.
Okay, we'll say I did that too before the party.
Nice.
Just to try and blend in a little bit. I know I'm already going to stand out with this.
No, I love it.
I mean, the nice thing, though, about the
find.
tattoos is that you will stand out from the other elves, so you're slightly less likely to be mistaken for a servant, so that's good.
Oh, there you go. Horrible place.
Indeed.
All right, and with that, you each approach the party. But before we do that, I think this is a very good spot for a quick bio break, because I definitely need to use the restroom.
Hard same. I'm glad you're about to say that. We'll be back in a couple.
All right, hang tight, folks. We'll be
right.
right back.
Anyone hear me? strong for you to play the game well.
I am
That's just me as a person. Hey, welcome back. We were just chatting, so you're good. Although,
Joke's on you for believing in things.
Sucker. Jeff had a good question though about seeing the character sheets, Chris. I mean, I'm not against like sharing them whenever. If you want to like post them up or whatever, always happy to like share where we're at on how our character sheets look.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I never have a problem with folks seeing like what those sheets look like. If people want to just take a look, because it's a good question.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's like a good way of exporting it out of
like Roll20. Yeah, that I'm not sure. But that could be something, even a fun thing to just toss in the as like a link. You could do like character sheets and just.
Yeah, that would be fun. I mean, I can just like do something like this where I click this show. Did that work? Maybe not. Show to players. Maybe it doesn't work. There's I have a button that says show to players, and it's supposed to just show everyone that thing, but maybe it doesn't work with character sheets. What if I show Kenedrin? Let's see, because I created him. Let's see what happens. Sometimes the character sheets take a second to load for me, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I don't see it here, so.
Oh, weird. It only shows his portrait. The bio and info tab. Huh. All right. Well, you know.
All right. Hey,
not
that's
as,
all right.
not as exciting.
I mean, Jeff, I think it's a really cool call, man, and I think it's something we could definitely share later for sure.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I think the pop-up got blocked by my browser, so I don't actually see it.
Oh, interesting.
It's an unsafe link.
All right. Are we ready to rock?
Yeah.
Let's roll.
Ready as I will
So
be.
ready.
All right. So, each of you independently, well, Torek and Kenedrin at the same time at least, but each of you on your own arrive at the manor of Lady Sonova, and you find a servant wearing a vibrant blue and yellow jacket with a white mask, sporting a pointed nose and golden floral embossing crowning the top of the mask. He calmly checks the invitations of some guests at the front door and politely gestures them inside. As you approach, the servant, his expression falls flat as he eyes you. It's clearly you don't appear very, Orlesian, we'll say. He lays his hand open in front of him. Please present your invitations to the gala hosted by the illustrious Lady Sonova.
I promptly and very formally present my invitation based off of Orzammar standards, to him.
He unrolls it, reads it, looks it up and down, gives it a good extra scrutinization, looks at you. And in your case, Torek looks at your boss here, Kas, and hands it back to you and says, "Very well, please head inside."
Thank you.
And this continues to go true. Same experience for Onyx, especially when he acknowledges that you're with Blaine. And then Adana, he gives you extra scrutinization, but especially the thing is he doesn't see any weapons present on you. Lets you in without a fuss.
So good, so good. I love it.
Congratulations, you got through the least complicated part.
Yay.
Thank you for phrasing it that way. I'm glad we sailed in through the entrance, but it's also interesting to know we could have made a mistake on the entrance too.
I'll give you a peek behind the curtain. If you forged your invitation, you're not allowed to roll on the calligraphy test until you present it to the servant. So you don't know if you succeed or not.
That's so good. Oh my gosh, that's so good. I would have hated doing that. I've been so bad at that. I've been so bad at that.
But everyone makes it inside the party without much of a fuss.
Ooh.
Inside the party is a variety of world extravagance. The fancy walls are gilded with embossments, statues present from all corners of the world. It is pretty clear that Lady Sonova is wealthy beyond the comprehension of normal people. As a delicate symphony of music fills the air. Crowds of masked figures chat, dance, and, of course, drink. It's difficult to recognize anyone here with all the masks, not that you know many Orlesians, but it becomes clear rather quickly that the folks notice that you're out of place, draw a lot of eyeballs, but they otherwise leave you alone. They continue doing what they do best, which is drink and play games with each other. So, there's the one objective of what Blaine has given Onyx of locate the Brotherhood members. On the other side, the party, in theory, wants to find where Blaine is going to be holding this deal. I think those are kind of the core things. And then obviously we have the favors that are owed here. So, assuming that we're not actually going to be hunting down the Brotherhood members, unless you would like to, the main thing here is that this will be an advanced test to be able to locate where exactly Blaine is. Now, we know that Onyx has been given a location. We can just use that location and get there early and set up shop, or you can investigate, you can mingle with the crowd. At the end of the day, the choice is yours. But I will leave the advanced test as optional if you want to get right to the chase and kind of set up for an ambush. Your tests for the advanced test do advance a clock.
So Blaine has told Onyx where the deal's supposed to go down. Whether he's telling the truth is another matter, but
yeah, you've
Onyx could just pass this location along to the others if they want to. Okay. Do I get a roll to see if I can tell if Blaine is being legit or just trying to lure us into a trap?
You already had your roll.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, question for you, Chris. With these favors, are those a part of the advanced test per favor?
No. The favors are things that you need to do that do not... they don't contribute to the advanced test. If you don't do the favor, though, it will lead to complications.
Yeah, so then I think before anything happens, Kenedrin, I already made the agreement that Kenedrin's going to break the instruments that need to be broken. So I'm thinking like when there's a lull in the like music, because I'm sure there always is, there has to be a point where they have to, like flip out, pieces, whatever. That's when I want Kenedrin to go and smash up stuff. And then I need to, what I would like to do for the other one, for my favor, is I want to get the nicest glass of wine that they have. I'm guessing this is an open bar situation. I don't think it's a charge thing, unless it is a charge thing.
No,
that might make it different.
She's very wealthy. Drinks and food is provided for.
And what I would like to do is basically challenge the actually the second nicest glass of wine. I want to do the second nicest glass of wine. And I want to challenge Lemure to be able to identify it. And if he does not, he has to proclaim that that Kas is a superior wine connoisseur. And is truly a dwarf of high means, and that he is of lowly stature. So it's not exactly a spit in the face, but I think this might end up being more of a win for him at the end of the day. So that's why I'd like to make the test. I want to do the second best because I feel like he'd be able to know what the best glass of wine is. But, since Orlesians should know their wine so well, especially in Val Royeaux, a place where wine is flowing, clearly he must know how good this wine is.
All right, I like it. Sorry, I'm changing the music because.
And then Kenadrin just has a smash to do, so I don't know how you want to resolve that part. But yeah,
love it.
The complication with Kenadrin is how does he smash it without getting thrown out of the party?
Yeah, there's that.
You know, then maybe we'll. Okay, so we'll kind of do this as like a linked thing. I'll try and really make a. God, no, I can't keep. No, because I need to deliver that letter at some point. No, it's okay. I'll make a show of it, I guess, and maybe that'll give us enough time to keep all the attention on what we're doing. Because maybe we put a lot of pressure on this, I'll give enough time for Kenadrin to like sneak in and do a little damage.
Okay. Which one do you want to start with? Do you want to start with the breaking things, or do you want to start with the wine?
Let's start with the wine, because I think that has to do with a little bit of the breaking things. It's almost like a weird linked test in a way, where I'm hoping that what we're doing here is enough to keep a distraction going. But yeah, let's start with that.
Sorry, say that again. I got distracted.
We'll start with the wine. We'll start with the wine.
Okay, cool. That's what I thought. I realized I was doubling up my audio, and it made me panic.
You're good, dude. I get it. You're good.
Cool. All right, let's have you start this with. I think the best thing to kind of instigate this would just be an etiquette roll.
Fantastic. I'm more than happy to do that. Let me make sure I'm on the right page. I was looking at the stream, not at. I mean, yeah, super okay.
So you approach him. How do you go about triggering this?
So what I do is I grab I grab 2 glasses of wine, and I come over to Lemure and say, he's Duke, right? Yes, Duke Lemure. Mm-hmm. Duke Lemure, I am a humble gentleman here on behalf of Lord Koss, and him and I have discussed that we only want to give the best wine for the best man, and I've changed my mind on what I want to do. I actually want to tell him that this is the best wine, but I'm giving him the second best wine in the city, just so I can say, and this is the best wine, and I'll state it's, whatever the best wine is, and I'll say, please, sir, a man of your refinement should be drinking something this good.
So he doesn't even turn to acknowledge you until you're done talking to him, and then he stops and turns and looks down at you and goes, "Oh, look, everyone, another dwarf of all people are here to try to challenge my wonderful refined taste. Can you believe a dwarf of all creatures on this planet? My goodness, do they have no etiquette here? Goodness. Tell you what, I will accept your challenge, but I will challenge you right back. I demand that you try this wine and tell me what it is. And if you can't get it, then I am clearly the superior."
Wonderful. So the best wine in all of Valroyo for you, and an equally a wine that you have provided. I mean, from what I've heard, though, it may not be very good.
You dare insult me before the challenge even begins? Can you believe how crude and savage these dwarves tend to be?
I've heard from many a source, though, the wine may taste better dumped in blue. And I guess I'll flip wines with them.
All right. I'm trying to decide what makes the most sense here.
Sure.
We could make this drinking.
We could drinking.
But I think that's if you two continue to tie for long enough. We make it a constitution.
Sounds good.
Because if this is gonna keep going back and forth until someone gets the one up on the other.
Great.
Wow.
So I think that
making friends everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
I do think that cultural lore makes the most sense here, because it's about knowledge of wine in a culture
specific
where that's
region.
Very prevalent.
And what's that roll again? I'm so sorry. What's the base stat for that?
That is cunning.
Cunning. Oh God, yeah, right. Good.
This cunning dwarf we have here.
Yeah, this cunning dwarf with his +0. All right, should I roll first?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Hey man, it's
Middling.
an okay roll. Another middling roll for good old Torek. Come on, hopefully
Alright.
this guy bones it.
He does awfully poor.
Ooh, in character.
Let's see. And decide what the TN ultimately was. I mean, I think... We're going to say neither of you pass. I think we're going to set this TN at 13.
Yeah,
They're both all blustered. They're both clueless.
So you take a drink and it tastes like a wine that you may have kind of had before, but
So I'm gonna strip lie and be like, I knew you were giving me swill, clearly. Oh gosh, hopefully you have another wine that is a little better than this.
he takes a sip of the wine that you hand him and he's like, oh, clearly it's the red, vintage this and that, the most popular wine in all of Orlais, and it was what he assumed was known as the best wine, and clearly you've duped him with that one.
And I'll say, wait, good sir. That is only the second best wine in all of Orlais. And I say what it is. It's the other red from the orchards outside. So I thought you were a man of refinement and taste. Clearly, your swill is just about as good as your knowledge.
Of course, I shouldn't have been surprised a lily dwarf would try to use tricks and deceit in order to win at a competition.
Good lord. So
you're starting to get a sense of why Koss hates this man.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is your refinement is nowhere near that of the great dwarves. These wines would be spit out instantly, disgusting wines, and you should be ashamed for giving this to a guest. I thought hospitality is important.
That is just testament to your own unrefined palate.
Let's have another drink then, shall we?
Of course. And we'll say a servant shows up with two other glasses of wine, and this time they are the same wine, chosen by the servant.
Let's find out who knows more, shall we?
Let's.
Go.
Is it another same roll?
It is the same roll.
Nice.
Good lord! Rolling like...
We be drinking a long time here.
You both make your guesses, but boy oh boy, you're way off the mark.
In character.
Okay, wait. Here I pause for... No, let's do a more. If we need to do a more, I'm down.
This time the servant comes back with a very short glass with a very dense-looking wine.
Okay.
Oh dear. You guys both suck.
It is at this point that I would like a Constitution drinking test.
Oh boy.
I don't know if a 12 passes or not, but he can hold his liquor a little better.
3 glasses in, we'll say a 12 passes. That TN would reasonably be an 11. The servant comes back with this time a flute of a white wine.
All right, and we're doing our cutting.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh
no.
Because the TN was 11, right?
TN is 13.
Oh, 13. So
this is I would like another Constitution drinking test, please. The TN is now 12.
I got 10.
Oh no.
He got an 8. You're both getting a little bit drunk. Each of you will now get a -1 to your rolls.
All right. After this next one, I have a Hail Mary I want to throw, but yeah, sounds good, a -1. All right, another cutting.
All right, the servant comes back with a red this time.
Red, like the color of blood.
Just another taste.
That's an 8. That's an 8 for me, because I did -1 because I couldn't, so that's an 8, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Wow.
Give me another Constitution drinking test.
Oh my god. Oh, that's actually kind of good this time.
You do okay, Torque. No more minuses for you, but he gets another minus.
At this point, I stop for a moment. I'll be like, ladies and gentlemen of this fine gala, we have drank now 6 6 glasses of wine here, and yet 6 times this man here couldn't identify it? What kind of Orlesian, what kind of Val Royeaux person wouldn't know by this point what a glass of wine is? I don't think a good glass of wine would be able to slap its name into his brain. And for that, you should take nothing from that man.
This dwarf is clearly full of tricks. He's bamboozled the servant to bring us nonsense. I detect trickery here, and there's no other way. This dwarf doesn't know what he's drinking either.
If a maskless dwarf can remain even with a very masked noble as yourself, Duke Lemure, I think that means you are of lesser ilk. And I would take you to an arena any day and show you what's what. Any day. And I'm trying to roll anything else at this point to hopefully embarrass him.
This is now a contested persuasion check. You're both trying to orate to the crowd to basically win your argument here.
Does he still get a -1 for failing his constitution test?
He gets a -2, you get a -1.
Oh, sweet.
Ooh.
Okay. All right, let's do it. So I get a 12.
Oh. I was going to give him a +1 for the skill, but at -2, that still puts him just under you.
Yes.
Nice.
All right, you win the crowd over. Your argument is pretty sound, too, because at the end of the day, they don't expect this from you. They expect this from an Orlesian noble, though. A duke, no less.
And then I whisper in, I like get on my tippy toes, I whisper to his ears, I say, Lord Cass sends his regards, and then I like give him a hard pat on the back so the wine kind of like spills out. Again, nothing looks particularly aggressive, but just more like two guys who have clearly been a little too drunk in all this.
They, you hit him, the wine spills, it gets all over the front of his shirt, and he quickly panics and tries to pat it all away. But you hear people chuckling to themselves, going, "Hoo, level of the red, fine vintage he is."
I look at Kaz and I give him a wink. I give him a very long wink. It's like,
oh, he is, staying discreet. He's making it clear that he was not involved in this, to the crowd at least.
Yeah,
but
for
you
sure.
you see a nice, good old dwarvish grin on his face.
He's pleased.
All right, and then next we'll deal with the smashing of the instruments.
Oh, boy.
So I'm hoping that some of all that drinking started turning into an event for a little while. That's my goal.
So did you decide if you were working with Kenedrin on this, or is this just him?
I feel like because it was happening while I was drinking, probably not. No, because I feel like these tests are probably happening around the same time. So I'm hoping that like I was able to pull some focus away from him.
Okay, I like it. Let's see if Kenedrin is... We're just going to do a flat cunning check right now to see how smart he's approaching this.
Oh, no.
Oh, I saw
Not
the
bad.
1 at first. I just saw like the 1 for cunning. I was like, oh no, how do you roll a 1 on 3d6?
You can't.
So Kenedrin's strategy is this. He's basically going to talk shit at people and get them to aggravate them enough to push him, to shove him, and he wants to deliberately fall into the instruments to make it seem like he's not...
Kenedrin!
Mm-hmm.
Make it look like an
I
accident.
love it.
Exactly.
I love it. That's the Carta in him all the way.
And we're going to make this a deception check to basically have him deceive someone into aggression.
Hmm.
We'll set the TN at, well, we'll be reasonable about it. We'll say 13.
Hey,
Whoa,
with 6 stunt points. With the 6 stunt points.
With the 6 stunt points, we're gonna do this one better and say not only does Kinedrin just absolutely rock this, he gets some noble of not very well esteem so pissed off that they go to full on shove him. He slams into the musician, the bard, who's playing a string instrument. That string instrument gets flung into the air and knocks into another bard, knocking them over and smashing their instrumentation. And it leads into a little bit of a domino effect where everything just kind of crashes and burns. And very, very quickly, the party is left without music.
Oh no, the music!
A nuclear grade party foul.
Oh, it's so good.
And so now for the rest of the party, you have to all awkwardly hear people just silverware moving and idle chatter.
Little sips of like the drinks and everything. Like,
Bravo. Bravo.
All right. We'll say that took the span of about a single check's worth of time in the advanced check. So now that those are cleared out of the way, how would the party like to approach the situation?
Yeah, please.
Torek, he wanted to get the paper from me.
I want to get the papers, yeah. And I feel like that's easy enough because at a party like this, I feel like there's no concern with like 2 people walking to each other as long as we're not intermixing with Onyx, really. Or as long as I'm not, at least.
Yeah, you two should be fine to interact, but if you want to keep interactions with Onyx discreet, it will require a check.
Yeah. I think right now my goal, at least for Torek, is to get the letter and then go over to the purifiers to continue to break this relationship down however we can.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll say hunting each other down and exchanging the paper just costs 1 single check worth of time. So now we have 2 checks kind of have passed. What is the next step? Is it finding the purifiers?
One thing, if the whole drinking contest took place before we met up with each other, was pretty obvious to me where Torek is.
That is fair.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me a perception hearing test. Because this is a rather large manor.
Oh, okay.
So it is possible that you were not within earshot.
That makes total sense.
Yeah, we're gonna say, yeah, you definitely weren't within earshot. So it did at least take about, the 15-ish minutes to find.
You smell wine deeply on my breath when you hand me it. I go, thank you. And like just wine, just like, ah.
I take a handkerchief that I bought for the occasion and say, I think you have a little wine on your face, sir.
Oh. Very,
droplets
very well,
in the beard.
Very well. And I just dab it around, and then I politely hand it back. And then I take the letter. I think during that little handoff is when I grab the letter from you. And yes, and then I take the letter and I will depart.
Very nice. All right, what's our next check going to be?
I've already done a lot, guys, so I can always do my check after. So whatever you all want to do unless you guys don't have something you want to do for the advanced check.
I've got something. What about you, ladies?
I have a question. Do we know, like, everybody's masked, so do we have to figure out, like, who the people we're trying to get in touch with are?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You at least will be more easily able to spot Elevated Brotherhood folks if you're looking for them, but you have not met any single purifier, so you have no idea what they look like. And then Blaine and his people you at least can reasonably recognize, but they're still masked up and going to be mixed into the crowd.
Can I try to, like, kind of wander around the room and kind of try to listen into conversations to see if I could kind of deduce who the purifiers are to kind of help Torek out?
Absolutely.
be great.
And I will
that-
say that this will work toward the advanced test.
Okay. And would that be a perception check?
This would be a investigation check. Or
Which
you
is-
could do a perception check, seeing or hearing.
Is investigation cunning or communication?
Both of these are, investigation is communication.
I've been rolling shit on my perception today, so let's try communication.
Sure.
All
Investigation.
right, let's try something new. We got this.
You do know the TN is 13.
Oh,
So-
well, hey,
Yes.
Perfect.
got that 14 as soon as it was said. So there we go.
Oh yeah, I forgot to reveal this to you. Boop.
Mm.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. And so that means we have 5 now to the current. Yeah.
Exactly.
Woo, woo,
Oh
awesome.
yeah.
Mhm.
Cool.
Cool. So you ask around and you're kind of mingling with people trying to get more information. You don't get anyone pointing fingers, but you do at least get confirmation that people have spotted some people known to be part of the purifiers here. Nobody knows if they're necessarily here on purifier business per se, but you get a little bit more details on some of their descriptions, namely that they are one of the people here. Some of them are known to have been spotted wearing some armor. Dressed up and, obscured, but they do have some armor on them.
Wait, is Torque a secret purifier? He's wearing armor.
Well, at least you know that Torque doesn't sport any Templar icons on his armor. Not
Yeah.
yet.
Fair.
Not yet.
Not yet. Ooh. Maybe. I don't know.
How deep does the lie have to go? When does Toric disappear and Templar come into play?
Be careful who you pretend to be. Yeah.
Who is the real Toric?
Nobody knows.
All right,
Hell yeah.
that is our next check. Onyx, would you like to do something
Alright.
here?
Guessing so far throughout the party, Onyx has been sticking close to Blaine. So can you tell me the location that he gave me for the deal?
So Blaine pointed you to the attic. in the manor.
Mhm.
And in
Attic,
fact,
okay.
at a certain point, Blaine is kind of like tells you like go and do your job, like don't stay near
Okay.
me. He makes it clear, I have people defending me. That is not your role.
All right. And before Onyx goes, listen, I'll go start looking for them. What shall I do once I find them?
Simply report their locations and their identities to one of my men here. I may have to leave at a certain point to prepare for the deal.
Very well. And I'm guessing like Blaine has like he and his posse have like a table or like an area at the party where they're holding court.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can come find them after later in the party.
Yes, yeah. You'll be able to at least come back and find Blaine's men, if not Blaine, with relative ease.
Okay. All right, then, yeah, Onyx will... they're allowing Onyx to go off on their own, yes?
Yes.
I don't have, like, an escort?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to go and see if I can find any of the Brotherhood or Adana or Torek in the party. Whoever I find first.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me either investigation or a seeing or hearing test.
Okay. Let's perception or communication. I'll roll perception, seeing or hearing.
Sounds good.
Stat points.
Nice.
Very nice. You absolutely find... I'll leave the option up to you, actually, if you'd rather find Torek or Adana, or if you'd rather find Brotherhood members.
Alright. Can I use some of those stunt points on exploration stunts?
Sure, absolutely.
Alright. I'm going to do... speedy search and the object of your
nice.
attention.
Nice.
So I do it in half the time it would otherwise take, and I receive a +1 bonus for further test to examine or perceive additional aspects of, like, I guess, the party until something changes.
Nice.
Sweet.
All right, so I guess the first person that Onyx wants to find specifically would be Adana.
Nice. You find her with relative ease. You spot Adana kind of across a room.
So Onyx will make their way over to them casually. They're not just going to make it like a beeline. Just kind of, naturally kind of move over in that direction without drawing too much attention to myself.
Adana is just quietly sipping a glass of wine, very slowly sipping it so as not to get any kind of buzz, and just kind of observing the crowd.
Yes. Onyx kind of picks up a glass from the table next to Adana. Glad you made it inside without incident.
He
Did you see that?
He scrutinized me rather long, but yes, they allowed me in.
Are you armed?
Sorry, one more time?
Are you armed?
Yes.
All right. Good. I'm guessing you saw the ruckus that Torek and made earlier?
I thought I heard some kind of commotion going on, but the party is so big that I didn't really catch what was happening. I did see him wander up with. He'd been drinking, but I don't really know what happened.
It's like, what? Do you know exactly what they're trying to do?
Who's trying to do? Torek?
I would readily believe that Torek spontaneously entered into a public pissing contest with a Duke.
Torek told me nothing of what his plans are.
Wonderful. I have to find a way to speak with them without any blind people noticing. The deal is happening soon, in the attic. At least that's what I was told.
Well, I think you would know though that the letter that you gave me is for the purifiers. I think because that was something we planned the night before. So.
Oh, I thought they were asking specifically about the.
About me. Oh, that's also very
contest.
True. Yeah, the drinking contest has nothing to do with anything. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
There's no reason for that.
Gotcha.
Just to clarify too, the letter is basically the Brotherhood forging a letter to Blaine signifying an agreement in trade. Mm-hmm. So if you were to show that to the purifiers, they would smell betrayal, basically.
Yeah, the whole goal is to make them believe in this betrayal.
Yeah.
Especially with the words I laid down earlier. But you guys don't know about the words I laid down earlier. That part you may not know, but we do know about the letter for sure.
Yeah, I actually already know about the letter because they were there when we.
Yeah,
they were there for that one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the drinking, never a reason. No. Never a reason.
No, Adana is clueless. Absolutely clueless.
Yeah, I hope that I made mention of we owed him favors at all. So the lack of music and Torek drunk.
I have to say, I can't. I've never been to one of these parties, but it does seem like a rather odd sort of party.
Yes. Certainly not the kind I would normally be invited to. Not the only one who feels uncomfortable in this company.
Oh, how are you holding up?
I'm all right. Blaine has asked me to find members of the Brotherhood that have infiltrated the party. I certainly hope some of them are here. Might be able to help us stop this deal from happening. Have you seen any of them?
No, I've been focused on trying to identify members of the purifiers so that Torek can hand them the letter.
Should stand out with the Templar symbolry, heraldry.
Indeed.
I'll look for the Brotherhood. I'll let you know if I can find them.
All right. I was thinking I would try to suss out if this deal is actually going to take place in the attic or not.
Yes. For all we know, it could be a trap for us.
I agree.
Yes. Be careful. Meet me back here if you get in trouble.
I will. You too.
It's a shame about the music. I was quite enjoying it.
I wonder what happened. It's so odd.
I liked how there's just chaos around Toric. There's just chaos.
He's just a hurricane.
Apparently, just dwarves in general.
Dwarves be dwarven.
Yep, dwarves be dwarven, man. Kenadrin and I are having a good time.
All right. I would like I'll give the option to you, stealth or deception, to have this conversation without prying eyes noticing this and overhearing it, especially.
Deception.
Adana and Onyx?
Cunning?
Yes.
Sorry, deception is cunning, you said?
Deception is communication.
Communication.
And stealth is dexterity?
Yes.
Oh, I'm way better at dexterity. Do we both have to roll the same thing, or?
Yeah, I guess.
You can roll two different
To
things.
kind of, surreptitiously and innocuously have this little conversation. I feel like I would like to roll stealth.
Sounds good to me.
Very nice.
Nice.
Hey. Hey, you guys both kicked butt.
Dang.
Nice.
We are such good
Hell
spies.
Yeah.
Good roll.
Maybe we need to change professions.
Right? And then Toric's like, he's not the spy. He cannot be a spy.
No.
Yeah, it says, well, I guess Onyx goes, you know what? You're looking for the Templars. You're looking for the Purifiers. I'm looking for the Brotherhood. Two heads are better than one. How about you say we look for both of them together?
If you don't think we'll stand out teaming up together, I guess Blaine doesn't really know whose side I'm on at this point.
I don't think that he's gotten a good look at you yet.
It's possible, but I feel like my face would have stood out while we were in the tavern with him.
Is it possible that we could get one of the masks off of the Elvish servants as a disguise? I don't know. We'd have to get like one of their whole costumes. I don't know. That might be a little much.
That might be risky.
I will remind you, because you are aware of this, that it is a crime to wear a mask of a noble house.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You definitely won't want to get caught.
But it is still an option. It's only illegal if they catch you.
I don't
Want
want
to try it? It might get us access to other parts of the manor.
Oh, that would be really. I feel like that would be tough to pull off, but I could try it.
Ooh, there you go. Oh, shit. Knocked down my mic.
Yeah, Onyx certainly can't.
No. Oh my goodness. Would the mask be low enough to like cover the tattoos if I successfully pulled this off?
Yeah. We can definitely say that a mask would reasonably hide your tattoos.
But I have to get the whole garb as well. Oh my gosh.
That would be a disguise. That's communication. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd have to like get it off of someone or else find an extra somewhere. I'd have to like try to. The only thing I can think of off the top of my head is like try to seduce one of the servants and then just kind of knock them out surreptitiously.
I'm here for it.
What if Onyx uses if I used their weakness spell on one of the servants, could we maybe get one of them to be indisposed so we could get an opportunity to take their uniform discreetly?
That's not a bad idea.
The complication there is, I believe, just about all spell casting is not discreet.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
No way to sneakily cast naughty spells. Okay.
I will allow you to do it at an increased difficulty. Trying to think, what would make sense? Making the casting cost harder, or making you do a good stealth check? I think we would want to make the casting cost more difficult because you're modifying the spell to do that.
Okay. I think I could. Well, I just got that focus and boosted my magic stat. So, and the target number is normally only like 11. So, if could I do it with a 13? I could.
I had in my head a +3 to the TN.
A 14.
So a 14?
14?
It is doable.
I'm gonna try it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try it. Let's see.
Does any of this add to the our current thing, Chris? Does this add to the TN that we're working for? Or is this still part of that same check?
This is part of the advanced test, if that's what you're asking.
Yes!
Okay,
Look at
cool.
that!
Yes.
Beautiful.
All right.
Wow,
Yeah.
+5.
You absolutely pull it
Yeah.
off.
So Onyx kind of surreptitiously gets one of the elvish servants, feeling suddenly quite unwell.
Donna will help them to a more private room where she relieves them of their mask and fineries.
Very nice. Let's say... What's the true complication here? Deceiving everyone what's going on, or hiding the evidence?
Boy, both of them sound like a good time.
We're going to say roll me a ledger main to hide the body in a place that people won't just stumble upon it and raise the alarm.
Oh, you think I'm going to kill a fellow elf?
Oh, no, not kill them, but there still is an unconscious body if you're taking their
fair
stuff.
enough.
And that's
And that's-
absolutely a reason to raise the alarm.
Sure. You said body. I'm thinking like dead body. Like whoa.
No. For what it's worth, I would have said corpse if that's what I intended.
Yeah,
Okay.
Madonna's only slit one throat this campaign,
And
right?
it was
Just
a
one.
human. Thank you very much. I feel bad for the elf servants. I'm not going to slaughter them.
Yeah.
So that's a dex.
Yes.
Doing a lot of
It's-
sleight of hand here.
Yeah, I just want to ruin the guy's night, not his life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I roll discreetly and we'll say you pull it off, no problem.
Nice.
You are able to disguise yourself as an elven servant.
Excellent.
Nice.
Give me a, while we're at it, give me a disguise check. This is a communication roll.
Ooh.
Nope.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Okay.
I knew this was going to be hard.
You're fine for now, but this may come into effect down the line.
Okay.
So, Chris, where are we at?
Things I talk you
currently?
guys into.
Where are we at right now with the current? I know there's a few rolls in there.
So none of these have advanced the actual advanced test. It is giving
Except
you
for the-
it's giving you tools is ultimately what's happening here.
I see.
So what about Onyx's perception check at the top? That was also not for the advanced test?
That was to find either Elevated Brotherhood or one of you.
Cool.
So basically the goal of the advanced test, based on what I understand of what the party's trying to do, is to find where Blaine is going to go. Now, you can at any point say, I'm just going to go to the attic and set up in there.
Yeah.
That is completely acceptable. You can also choose to continue the advanced test to see if Blaine lied.
Okay, cool. Well, because I know, I don't think my check has anything to... I mean, unless it kind of does, because I'm going to give the note to the purifiers, so I don't know if that counts into this or not.
I will say so because part of that requires you to find the purifiers. You have no idea what they look like.
Although Adana did that check for us to figure it out, though, right?
That was a step in it. So finding the purifiers is part of understanding who everyone is and where they are.
Sweet. Okay, then I will take the next. I mean, I'm guessing at that point we could take the next step.
Sure.
All right, cool. Then I think the next step is for me to find these purifiers, then, so I can give them this note.
All right.
Yeah, we need to focus on that.
It'll be investigation or seeing or hearing. So it's communication.
It's the same for both. I think it's my role since I have the letter.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll go with investigation. So I'll do communication. Hey, 6 stump
Beautiful.
points too. Let me double check my stump points here. Because is this considered exploration, right, or is this role play?
I think exploration. I think that one has probably the most relevant stuff. I mean, much like all role-playing and exploration stuff, if there is something you have in mind that you want to kind of improvise, that is always an option for anything that isn't combat.
I guess what I would like to do then is once we find them, I want to maybe confirm, if I can use the points to confirm, almost as a secondary test, that it is indeed the attic where this is supposed to go down. You know, especially if I'm showing them this, well, eventually showing them this letter or whatever.
Okay, you know what? I will give you that. So this is part of what the advanced test is for. In your efforts to kind of hunt down the purifiers, you do find out through kind of mingling with people and talking about, like, where have people seen the purifiers in the crowd? And you realize that no one has seen them even remotely close to the attic. Not a single one. Which tells you they are probably not going in the attic. You can say that definitively at this point, especially with the stun points.
Cool.
Nice.
So then, now we found them. Is that's just one step, right? I still haven't officially given them this letter yet, right?
You have not actually found any of the Purifier members.
Oh, so that investigation has just led me to know that they're not by the attic.
Exactly, because you started moving toward the attic, you started talking to people over there, and that's why you found out that there are none over there.
Okay, cool. So then I guess we'd hand it off to the next person to continue the search, right?
Yep.
Because I'm guessing the whole idea is no matter what, the last step will be me giving the letter and then, or knowing what's going on or whatever. Second last.
And because of the stealth, deception, and disguise checks, right now you're all able to communicate freely in the confines of the party. You've already gotten past that complication.
Then I'm going to go ahead then, and I'm going to say it takes me a second, just because I don't know that they changed costumes up yet. And so I'll just be sitting there. I imagine Donna just kind of like taps me, and I'm like, and I let her know, I'm like, they are not going to be in the attic. I think the attic may have been bad, false information. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk to Onyx though either, unless Chris, you're saying that that's also okay with everything they did, that I'm able to get, because I know us is not as good.
Yeah, for the sake of it, let's have you just roll a stealth or deception just to knock that out, but otherwise Adana can relay that information.
Okay, I will give that a shot. I'll do stealth since that's dexterity based. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah.
Wow, you're a stealthy dwarf.
Yeah, stealthy little dwarf.
So, no problem. You communicate that to Onyx as well. Onyx, you now know that Blaine and his people have lied to you.
I was like, if he's sneaking up on them, how does Torek get Onyx's attention?
So I think what happens is I end up like seeing a server walk by, and I see a couple of drinks on there. I grab them. I sort of do a couple of bows, a curtsy, and then I start sneaking off to the sides. And I catch you at a table that's just a little off in the corner. And all I do is I pop from underneath the table and I say, "Drink."
Torek. are you doing?
Keep it low. Keep it low. Keep it low. We've been doing okay.
You're
And again,
literally under a table.
You can smell the wine again wafting out of my mouth, coming towards you. I will say, yeah, I'm just so you just smell the liquor on me, and I'm like, they're not going towards the attic. I don't know what Blaine's game is, and I keep looking around every so often just because I know we really can't be seen together. But I grab your hand though. I say, well, first off, it's good to I know it's only been a day, but it's good to see you. I'm glad you're well, but it's not the attic. We need to keep looking. The purifiers aren't anywhere near there.
You're sure?
I am very fucking sure. There's not a lot of things I'm sure of.
I'm surprised you've managed to learn anything after that spectacle you made of yourself earlier with the deal.
Well, liquid courage goes a real long way when you have like an abundance of normal courage. It just kind of like compounds on top of each other, you know, like rock on rock on rock kind of deal.
Kinedrin fumbling into the harpist, that was an act of courage as well.
I was just having a little bit of fun.
Perfection. Oh, Kinedrin, no.
You're under there too?
Great job.
Hi, everyone.
Stuck by me too. I love it. Kenedrin, that worked out.
Just puts her hands on the table and like makes sure that no one is watching them talk.
Yeah, two dwarves and a kunari talking a party. Well, yes, and an elf. Cause I think Adana, I'm sure, is around as well. You could be like a server, like kind of being off in the corner, right? Just like kind of chilling there. But yeah, I mean, we need to keep searching, and we need to keep looking. I don't know where they're at.
So the attic is a trap.
A
Onyx
trap
will take
or
a drink off of the serving platter that Adana is holding to maintain appearances.
I grab two for Kenedrin and myself as well.
Oh my god, you're so discreet, guys.
Slams it down so quick, and he's like, "Oh, still tastes like shit," and throws the glass on the ground.
Onyx will catch the glass before it bangs loudly against the ground.
Can a dwarf have no fun here?
Right. Will set it on top of the table.
Right.
So we need to find out where the deal is actually happening.
We
and
do.
fast.
We need to break it up. Yes. So let's keep searching. Thoughts?
The Brotherhood are here. We're going to want their help. Blaine wants me to find them and report their whereabouts, but I say we grab them and then disrupt this deal. Unless you have any better ideas.
I mean, I still want to find the purifiers to keep driving a wedge in there, because if they don't come to the deal, that might be good. Maybe we can lie to Blaine and throw the same thing back that they're intending on meeting in the app. Oh no, then I'll give away your thing. Never mind.
You really
yeah,
think the purifiers won't take the lyrium if Blaine offers it to them?
Well, I think if we can keep driving this wedge, there's already rumors going around that there's already deals in place with the Brotherhood, that, the lyrium may not be, as much as they're hoping. I don't know how much of it got back to the purifiers, but I think a little bit did. This last letter, though, that shows intent that they're going to work with the Brotherhood should be enough to at least stop this deal. And so I think it's of utmost importance to get this to them. And if we find the purifiers, I bet you we'll find Blaine.
Great.
So we've checked the attic, so we know.
Convince the purifiers that Blaine is working with their enemies and have them show up to the deal.
Yep. So exactly. So if we can find out where they're at, and then someone can get that word back to the Brotherhood, so we can keep this lie going. Adani might be our best bet at getting back to them once we know where they're at. We can hopefully find them, but time's of the essence, guys. It's been a hot second. We've drank a lot. We've caroused a lot. Mostly caroused.
Some of us.
Some of us may have had a drink or 7 or 8.
Do we have any idea where the lyrium is? We find the lyrium. Find where the deal is happening.
I know it's somewhere in this mansion, but I don't know where specifically.
Well, it sounds like we need to keep hunting.
I think it could be either in the room where they're planning to meet or very close to that room. That's my current theory.
Oh,
That makes sense.
Sounds like we need to keep searching. I guess we just have to keep hunting, guys. Let's keep ears to the ground and keep seeing which way. We just know it's not towards the attic. So let's fan out the other ways.
So, Chris, would these be investigation checks?
Yeah, I would absolutely say so.
So who's going to do that? Oh, sorry, Linda's.
One other thing. Blaine seems like the kind of person who plays this game thing very well. Do you think there's any chance we could plant any kind of doubt in his mind about the Purifier's intent in this deal?
I mean, I think we could, and I feel like only one of us here has enough wiggle room and enough ear space to do that.
So me?
No. If anything,
are you talking about
Onyx? Because Onyx is here
They're
for them
working
technically.
together. Mm-hmm.
All right,
Start-
try working Blaine. He's inscrutable.
I was
Try
afraid of that.
working his people though. Keep because right now we first we need to find them. Regardless, we need to find them first. But if we can start driving that wedge deeper even on their end, let them know that the Purifiers maybe are getting a little scared, because there are true rumors out there. Right, there are rumors. I can confirm that. That sounds like the deal's starting to, not be as idealistic as they're initially hoping. So, you can say you've heard a rumor yourself.
them.
No, that's it.
We might have killed a few of them when they tried to get us outside the city, but Blaine still has loyal people around him.
That's okay.
They won't be easily tricked.
But it's not totally trickery at this point because the rumors exist. Obviously, that's all a trick, but the rumors are real. I spread them. The rumors are very real. So, yeah, I mean, we can try. But if not, regardless, we can at least get the Purifiers to start backing out. But we have to find them first. So I feel like that's still step one, is finding them. We're not there yet, but we're getting damn close to it. So.
Okay.
All right, then. We have our mission to find
Let's hunt them down. I think so.
Yeah, let's make some investigation rolls.
Keep driving that wedge. So, cool. So this is the next part of the link test. So who wants to be our person, right? Because it can only be one of us for these, right, Chris? Otherwise,
One for each, I assume.
Yes, that is how it works.
Yeah. So who's going to be our little investigator?
My communication is a +2.
Hey, man. That
Got
makes
better
sense,
odds than
too.
me.
I've got +1, but that's not a +2.
We'll try.
Kind of how numbers work.
That is how numbers work.
I guess that's how numbers work. I have to remind myself of that a lot.
No.
So you continue your investigation, and you kind of end up causing unwanted attention to yourself. Please roll me a d6.
Uh-oh.
D6. Oh, dear. There you are. 4.
That could be good or bad. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think bad, though.
I love this one. So you happen to be walking across the dance floor as a coordinated dance breaks out. Participation is highly expected, and if you ditch, you'll be remembered and frowned upon it. Furthermore, it's weird for someone dressed as a servant to be swept up into the mix. So
yeah, I was gonna say
we're going to increase the performance TN necessary to succeed here.
Oh no.
No. I don't know any human dances, probably.
We'll have to find out what the rolls say.
Improvisation, I guess.
Please roll me communication performance. Your TN is 14, or if you want an exceptional success because of the increased difficulty, is 19. So 14 is base success.
The good news is you could theoretically get as high as a 20 with your rolls.
Here we go. No,
Ooh.
not quite.
Not quite. Okay, so you get swept up in the dance, and you clearly don't know what you're doing, and this raises 2 flags. First of all, you're not a servant. You're wearing a servant's mask. Second of
Oh,
all,
no.
you're not even Orlesian. You don't know one of the most common Orlesian dances there are. And very quickly, the mask is ripped off of your face, and a crowd assembles around you.
Oh no.
And it causes quite a stir.
Oh no.
I'm going to need a check from somebody to soothe the situation.
What kind of role is it to soothe this? Is it just like a communication?
Communication makes the most sense, but I'm amicable to what anyone in the party wants to throw at me here.
My communication has been shit tonight, so
Well, but you are, I think you are no longer rolling for it for this part, so
No.
that's the good news.
we're not.
Well, yours is better than mine.
I mean, I was
What
thinking
about-
if anything, it makes the most sense
Etiquette?
because I've been rabble-rousing already. But yes, that's what I was thinking was etiquette. That was exactly like, bringing back like, maybe, and again, this will be my excuse for etiquette, right? There is like a pickup dance that can happen when it stops. And so that's when like a partner will come in and help like bring back the liveliness. And so instead of it looking like she doesn't know the dance, it's that this is the next part of this kind of special dance.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be my etiquette if that works, Chris.
I like it. Give me an etiquette
All
check.
right.
Your TN is 11.
Hey, and I got some strong points, baby.
Some points.
I mean,
Thank
I really just
goodness.
want to use the stump points to like, and I know there's probably some other things, but since this is like a middle check, it's not really like a part of the test. I want to use this to hopefully make it seem a lot more of a show of it, like this is like truly like, oh, they're doing like what only happens at this specific style of dance. It's like it starts off one way, looks a little foolish, then it's almost theatrical in a way. And I think that's what Torque does.
How do you work around the fact that she was wearing a servant's mask even though she's not a servant of the estate?
What I do is basically, I kind of roll in. I kind of like, kind of glide in my dwarfly stature. I glide in and I pick up the mask and say, yet another minor game in the charade of this play. We open with someone lowly who needs to come into the dance hall to be unassuming, but truly a swan emerges, and I throw the mask behind me. And what I do is I take my cloak off and I wrap it around Adana, and I say, for this mere peasant is actually a dragon emerging from the egg, excited to be dancing in the stars with its tamer on the ground. And so I pick up Adana and I try to spin her around me, but she is far too tall, so I'm like going all the way up here on my tippy toes to make it work, all while keeping my feet perfectly in motion.
Someone needs to draw this.
So, first of all, this is amazing. Second of all, I need a performance check from you now.
Cool. That's about right. It's communication still, right?
That sure is.
We'll see if I can cover this. Hey, a 15. I don't know if that's good enough or not.
You're technically, well, actually no. I was only going to say you're going to get the -1 for being drunk for an hour, which happened at the start. So never mind. You don't have that -1 anymore.
Oh,
Yay.
great.
Okay, you successfully mitigate this disaster. And because of the stunt points that you spent, I'll say it does not consume extra time, which is what it was going to do. So people are still cautiously going to be watching you going forward, but they're not going to kick you out, nor are they going to call the city guard to deal with you because that was an illegal act.
Yes.
It's too entertaining.
Wow.
Thank you for being a part of the show. We appreciate. You see, my
You
back is
get
full on sweating.
some like really quiet, like awkward, like maybe 3 people in the crowd of 30 like clapping.
I am so nervous at this point because
And
I'm
mostly
I
people
don't
are like
do this.
whispering to each other, like, "What was that? Is that some weird Ferelden thing that come from Orzammar? What is wrong with these people?"
I someone whispers, isn't that the dwarf that was drinking up top?
Oh my gosh.
Is he drunk?
Who invited these people to the party? They're causing a ruckus.
So good. And then I look at Adana and be like, well, I guess we don't need a mask anymore. And again, if Adana touches my back at all, she's going to feel that it's just sweat. It's pure sweat. He is terrified of what just happened. I don't really dance. If we ever go and see other dwarves, you never saw me dance. I did not take lessons. I did not participate with friends I was only in the arena ever, and that is the truest form of the dance, the truest form. And then I quickly walk away. I'm just like, I gotta go. I gotta go.
As you walk past, you brush past Kaz, who is looking at you very confused. Slight shake his head.
Before I can even open my mouth to say I swear it on my life, Torque is just gone. I'm standing there
bad.
like I'm just flabbergasted. Like, what just happened? Did I drink too much? What is going on? Am I hallucinating?
I sipped my drink slowly. You even said me like I sip it slowly.
Did somebody spike my drink and I'm just dreaming of this whole thing? What is going on?
Man.
All right, I think that brings us to our next check.
Great.
Not it.
Onyx will take, as Torek comes out of the crowd, I says, I've seen you fight for your life on multiple occasions, and that was the most death-defying stunt you've pulled yet, in my presence.
After this is over, we're all gonna get a drink. So many drinks.
Perhaps dancing lessons as well.
Probably. Well, never mind.
I'm laughing so hard.
We still need to fight them.
So, as Onyx knows since they know about the purifiers, they would recognize them if they see them, right?
The which group?
The purifiers.
Not necessarily, actually, because you've never seen the purifiers. They don't necessarily wear a visible icon. If you knew Orlesian heraldry and organizational icons, you might recognize them a little bit more based on their masks. The only real clue you have to the purifiers is that you know they're wearing armor, and they reasonably have weapons at their sides too, but they're dressed up enough to keep it discreet.
All right. So, can I roll seeing to see if I can spot kind of a group of guests that are wearing armor underneath their finery?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Here we go.
Hey!
All right,
Hey,
I like that.
nice.
Hey! Oh, and that gets us past our friggin' TN.
Ooh-wee. So right at the 105-minute mark, just shy of 2 hours, you happen to catch a couple of people wearing armor near a stairwell that leads down into the basement. They're standing there as if they're kind of keeping people out, and then a beat passes and you see them kind of look left and right and then go down the stairs and close the door.
Onyx will pass this to their companions immediately.
Right. Chris, is there any
I think I just saw
world?
2 purifiers go down the stairs.
Oh boy. Do we know? I don't know if we do know this, Chris. Do we know when the deal is supposed to happen?
Nope. You just know it's going to happen at some point during the party.
So I guess we can assume that all of our purifier folks are down there. So if I need to try and deliver this letter, that's basically my last chance to do it.
Yep.
All right. Well, I guess we go to the basement. We should all be prepared.
Are we all going
About where
together?
in the party itinerary are we? Are we like about halfway over? Is there still lots left? Or are we closer to the end than the beginning?
The party probably would reasonably go anywhere from 4 to 6 hours long. So you're still
Okay.
relatively early, but approaching the midpoint.
Gotcha. All right, good to know. Yeah, I guess you gotta deliver that letter. Onyx still wants to find the Brotherhood. And Onyx probably shouldn't be getting FaceTime with the Purifiers just yet anyways.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess my that's gonna be my goal. So and you want to go find the Brotherhood, and what about you, Adana? What are you looking to do?
Is there anything I can? I don't know. I've already kind of stuck out like a sore thumb at this party. I kind of just want to lay low and not draw any more attention to myself at this point.
I mean,
the best way to do that might be to stick with Torek and go down to the basement.
Yeah, I'm about to say, if you want to come down me to the basement, I think Kinedrin's gonna come too, because it would make sense, just because we've been together the whole night for the most part, and we're both with
Kinedrin gives you a thumbs up and says, "I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
we don't know the deal will. Even if we disrupt the deal, there's probably going to be violence, right?
Yeah,
I think it would be good for at least you to not go alone."
Yeah, I'll look at Onyx. They'll be like, if you find the Brotherhood, let them know it's the basement, and get back to us as quick as you can, because I think things are about to hit the fan. And that fire goes back in Torek's eyes. Oh, and it's going to be a good time.
I think you're right.
Something.
And before Onyx leaves, they'll place a hand on Torek's shoulders. Torek, I trust you.
Same, my friend. Same. And I also add Adana and Kinedrin all into the huddle and be like, we have this, right? I think we have this. I don't know if it's the liquor talking, but I think we have this.
You see a fire ignite in Kinedrin's eyes.
So Onyx puts their other hand on Adana's shoulder as where all the team is huddling up and says, Adana, I trust you more. Keep them out of trouble.
I will.
Fair.
No more drinking for this one.
It's fine. I don't drink before a fight, and I've had plenty of time to, let it all out. So we're good.
All right, Onyx will go off to see if I can find the Brotherhood.
Okay.
And we'll go down.
So the party. Oh, go ahead.
Presumably, I'm guessing basements generally don't have windows, so if I want my bow, I would have to retrieve it now before we go into the basement.
That is a very smart assumption, and I will let you retrieve it for free before you go down the stairs.
Sweet, thank you.
Cool. So the party descends. Onyx, I will give you. We'll resolve your thing first before we see what's at the bottom of the stairs. Please roll me investigation or seeing or hearing.
Yeah, I guess since Onyx did get a good look at some of the Brotherhood, they'll just look for that are here in Valrio. They'll just see if they can spot some familiar faces.
Yeah, we're definitely going to say this is a much easier ob. We'll make this just a clean, we'll even say 9 at this point, because you've kind of made your rounds already.
Here comes the 8.
Oh, yeah, you blew it out a lot.
Hey, 14.
Very good, very good.
We'll say you find some Brotherhood members without much trouble at all.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
I use those stump points to, again, say I kind of do it quickly?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you just tell them that everything's happening in the basement, or is there anything else?
Yes. I'm going to tell them the attic is a trap, and that the purifiers and that they have delirium here in the manor.
Okay, I'll rally everyone. We're going to go straight down to the basement.
Yeah. Do you know if there's another way down other than that one stairwell?
Ooh, that is a good question. Let's see. Let's pull one of these. I'm going to say this is a cunning check. Not that I'm aware of. There's, old manors like this will often have secret passages, but nothing that we've seen.
All right. Hopefully, if we can find it quickly if we need another way out.
Absolutely.
Here. Torek, Adana, and Kinedrin have already gone downstairs to meet with the Purifiers. I haven't seen Blaine in some time. Do you have eyes on him?
No, we haven't seen him either. Haven't seen him for the last hour. Which is bad news. It'll take us only 10 minutes, maybe 15, to rally up and get everyone downstairs.
What about our dear host, Lady Sonova?
Oh, she's been making her rounds. She hasn't done anything suspicious as far as we've seen, but as the host, she is likely going to always have eyes on her no matter where she goes.
Understood. With any luck, we can handle this quickly and relatively quietly.
Hopefully. I expect that there will probably be bloodshed one way or the other. You understand that the Brotherhood here is here to effectively stop the Purifiers no matter the cost.
In that case, I only have one last question. If we do stop the deal, what do you intend on doing with all the lyrium?
Oh, that is a good question.
We can't let Blaine keep it.
No, absolutely not. I mean, certainly we could take it and use it. We could just discard it, get rid of it. Truly, it's more important for it to not be in the Purifier's hands or Blaine's hands. And if this destroys Blaine's, the Indigo trade, all the more better for it.
I would very much like to see that before this night is over.
Agreed. If Blaine dies in the conflict, it would not be a bad outcome. I'll say that plainly.
Good. I know I'm not there, but good.
All right, let's cut over to the party going down the stairs.
Boy.
It's a deep journey, and it's lit by torch. Go down for quite a while in a spiral stone staircase. You open a door at the very bottom. You hear some kind of muffled voices in there. I would like a perception check from everyone going down the stairs.
All right.
This is a seeing.
Oh, seeing, right, in case we have the... Hey, save numbers!
My perception has been terrible all night.
Hey, but you know what?
We got
Here comes
Kinedrin.
Kinedrin coming in better off.
So everybody walks down these stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
As
I have fun, this
you,
letter is not going to get into their hands, and that's okay.
we're going to, we can say, here, let me scoot some other hidden stuff out of here. Let's have Adana, Torek, put you on the right layer. Adana, Torek, and Kinedrin, you may move yourself anywhere in this room.
Oh, is the exit like right here?
Yes, yeah, that's a door.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Then I think I will be right. I'm guessing I can't be like in the door, so I will be right in front of the door.
Cool.
Because I'm slow.
I'm gonna be behind the big burly dwarves who are can take more punishment than I can.
That sounds good. As you move into the room, moving toward the voices is when you suddenly feel something against your leg, Torek. You look down and it's a thin wire. It's at that point that you turn and see a very discreetly placed barrel in the room that blows up.
Oh no!
Is that what that perception check was for?
It was to spot a trap.
So even Kinedrin's didn't do it? Oh no!
It was a TN 15, so he barely missed it.
Barely missed. Oh
Now,
no!
The positive of this is, I kind of love the way that traps work in this game. So traps have damage tiers, but you take away damage if you want to add different effects to it. So this trap had a wider area of effect. It was more discreet, but most importantly, it has a knockdown effect, which actually means it does no damage because all of those special things reduce the damage to nothing. But everybody is knocked prone.
And it takes your whole movement, half your movement to stand back up, right? Or no whole movement?
A major action.
Major action to stand up. Ugh.
So we're going to
it
give
could have been worse.
this icon to everybody. I should be using these icons a little bit more often. There you are. So they'll help me remember all the many thousand things going on. It's at this point, though, however, that you realize that while you're prone, there are two of Blaine's men standing at the doorway, staring you down, and they draw their blades. They knew you were coming. Before we enter this next scene, though, I think I should take Tenzin Potty real quick because he's getting very fussy.
Great. I think I need one more restroom stop and I drink a ton of water, so that sounds good to me.
Perfect. So this is a great time for a bio break.
Cool.
All right, let's do it.
All right, we'll be right back.
Oh, dang, you're back.
Hey.
Oh, and then Chris, we're
okay.
just double checking. It looks like standing up from prone is just a minor action, not a major.
Let me check.
Yeah, I think under the move it
Okay,
shows.
so
yeah.
this is how the trap works. Is those affected by this trap are knocked prone and lose their major action on their next turn. So you can still use your
Oh.
you can use your minor
Gotcha.
action to stand up, but that'll actually just be your turn.
Wow. Okay.
Good.
Yeah, because you can't even just do 2 minor actions, right? You did. I mean, it's the whole idea is that wild.
Yep.
If you're prone, that makes you easier to hit with melee attacks, I'm guessing.
It
Lowers
Yes.
your defense or something.
Yeah, it
So
does.
I'm really hoping
It
that.
adds a +1 to your roll to strike a target who's prone.
Gotcha.
I'm glad I stood in back.
I like to get up.
So the two duelists draw their blades and point them down at Kinedrin and Torik's necks, basically keeping you down. And Blaine addresses you from across the room and says, "Ah, our friends have finally arrived. Had a feeling that you would try to interrupt this, especially considering that your feigned terrible attempt at trying to lie about your falling out with the mage. You didn't fool me or my agents. We saw you. We saw through your trickery, and we know that you are working with the Elevated Brotherhood. You will not stop this meeting." You see Ardal, who appears to be the person representing the purifiers here, as well as the 3 purifiers that are standing guard here, seems to look very cautiously at all of you and back at Blaine, and kind of mutter something quietly to Blaine, and Blaine kind of hand waves it.
And we can tell this is the purifier, right?
Yeah, you can very safely assume
Okay.
that these are all the purifiers down here. The ones at your throats are duelists under Blaine's employ.
Okay. And we don't know his name. We don't know Ardal's name, right? He hasn't said his name. We just know he's the purifier guy.
You have heard his name once before.
Okay.
Whether your character remembers it is kind of up to you.
I mean, I think I'll kind of half remember it. I'll just kind of say like, Ardal, I think, right? You're the leader of these purifiers, yeah?
That's right.
I'm sure you've heard the rumors going around about, who Blaine's trying to work with here, and you know how Blaine does his business. What if I tell you, and I do it very cautiously, I have proof? If you just come over here, I can give you some proof here, and you can make your own decisions on your own side here. You seem like a guy that knows.
Sends one of the purifiers to approach you, and the duelists are not letting you get up without triggering combat, at least.
I show them where the letter is at. I say, grab the letter. Oh, no, it's in my hand. Literally, the letter's in my hand. So I say, here it is. And I literally, like, very carefully, I'm not making big movements, but very carefully, I lift up my arm to hand it to him. Or her, them.
Yeah,
To the purifier.
We'll say him. You hand it, the purifier takes it, returns back to Ardal. Even Blaine is looking at this kind of confused, wondering what the hell it is that you have. Ardal reads it over and gets a very serious look on his face and looks back at Blaine. "This says that you're trading with the Elevated Brotherhood." Blaine looks very surprised and confused. He's like, "No, of course I'm not. That would be absolutely ludicrous. You're the only one that we have this relationship with, the only vested interest in this." There's a little bit of shouting back and forth. I'm going to need a contested persuasion to convince Ardal who is really the, Actually, I need deceit from you and persuasion from Blaine.
Okay, that's fair.
My
That's fair.
goodness.
Does the letter, like, I don't know, does that do any? I don't know. That's like, I guess that's their own roll, right? Because I didn't write the thing.
I'm going to give you a +3 to your roll.
Nice.
Oh, cool. Then I am going to, I will mess with this because it's normally, 3d6, and then I will, and then plus, and that's communication, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me just do an advanced roll. So 3d6 plus communication, I have a 1. Okay, so we'll just do it this way. Okay.
This works. I swear.
17, but no stump
Ooh.
points. 17, no stump points.
Nice.
Wowee.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
my gosh.
Ooh!
Ardal crushes the paper in his hand and throws it to the ground, draws his blade, and goes, "This is nothing but trickery. Absolutely, this was a backstab. You are double-crossing us from the very beginning. I have no reason to even think that this party here is even of any side. They're probably even working with the Brotherhood. You will all die here." And all of the purifiers draw their blades, and Blaine draws his as well.
Dang.
I don't know if this is bad for us now. I think this was.
It's good.
No,
It's
it is
good.
good.
They're fighting each other and us.
And
Yeah.
I guess it's fair. Ooh, oh, I was
It's,
sweating here.
It's awfully complicated is really what it is.
It's Dragon Age. This is truly a Dragon Age moment of everyone just starts attacking. Like, who am I attacking? I don't even fucking know.
Yep. All right, please roll initiative, everybody.
God.
Shall Onyx and the Brotherhood be rolling here too?
So, Onyx and the Brotherhood will show up on round 2. They were originally
Okay.
going to show up on round 3, but you have expedited their appearance.
And again, if I
Nice.
just click on myself, that should be enough, right?
Oh,
Okay.
I forgot to click on myself again.
I think I'm clicking on myself. I see
it went
myself
through, I
clicking
guess.
on me.
Okay.
We're gonna make sure this works. Did that work? It's a terrible roll, but did it at least show? All right, good, it
Ouch.
showed. But god awful roll.
Woo.
Just
Oh.
Woo!
awful.
Not a good
Terrible.
one to have rolled very high initiatives.
Oh yeah, no, them having
my
a 21
gosh.
is absolutely
That's
awful.
insane.
Absolutely awful for me.
pretty
Absolutely
bad.
awful.
It's pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
Wow.
Well,
Wow.
their initiative's
They
pretty terrible.
don't get the armor penalty, do they, for initiative? Would they?
I don't know.
So,
'Cause my
no,
initiative
he
doesn't do
shouldn't, because they're
that.
wearing light mail, not light plate, which is a very
Oh.
important difference.
Okay, yeah.
So they have 12 instead. Okay, purifiers, and the enemies will all kind of go in groups on their own turns.
Boy, there's a big part who had to crack a smile back at Blade until this. I'll be like give him the same smile he gave me originally when he thought he won. 'Cause it does kind of feel good to have gotten one over on him. It does feel kind of good.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Okay, and then the only one left, I believe, is Ardal. There's a lot of NPCs here, so sorry. I hope that it doesn't slow down combat too terribly.
Well, the good news is if all your NPCs go first, you can just kind of make quick moves on all them. Oof, Ardal, no, not great for you either way. You got a 12 probably
No.
if he also doesn't get the armor penalty.
Yeah, he doesn't get the armor penalty.
Or
What's
Blaine.
doing that? Oh yeah,
I
Blaine
wonder
shouldn't
if
get
it's
it either.
because of maybe it's because they don't have the armor training, because that's what got rid of mine, because I had the little box clicked to not have the
Oh.
dex.
I thought I set this to no for all of them of having armor effect dex rolls, and it should have been no, but it's not. So that is exactly what it is.
I just remember that because I was having that problem last session. So yep, there we all are.
Yep.
How's it we heard Ardal's name in character before? Just
We
without
have,
all
we
investigating.
I believe
Yeah.
you actually heard his name through the Elevated Brotherhood when they were kind of
Oh.
talking about the details of what was really going on between the two factions.
Okay.
Okay, so Blaine has a 17, and then Ardal has a 12. Still not great.
Man,
And
Blaine's
then
crew got some good rolls.
so we
Mm.
need to roll for Kenedrin.
Come on,
Character that I don't
Kenedrin.
think the game expected to be here at this point. Okay, cool. He has 10. 'Cause he also
Wow.
shouldn't suffer that
Just-
armor penalty.
Wow.
Just a little better than me. Awesome. We're all rolling. I like how our crew is rolling. I'm trying to find this thing.
Okay, so the two duelists are up first. They are absolutely going to take stabs at each of you.
Really unfortunate timing.
Yeah. Here, I'm even going to just open this up in a new window so I don't have to do this a lot. Cool. So they are going to... That's not combat. There we go. Okay. So yeah, I think they're each going to just do a normal attack. Oh, actually, I guess they have to charge because they're not actually adjacent to you yet. So, well, no, we'll say they were adjacent because they had their blades at your throats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're both going to do normal attacks, one against Kenedrin and one against Torek. We'll start with you, Torek.
Makes sense. Roll them dice. Yeah, it's gonna absolutely hit. Of course, you got stun points. Yeah, it's gonna absolutely hit.
Ooh, boy.
My
Okay.
defense is a 14, so yep.
These are probably the toughest enemies we faced yet.
Mm.
Yeah. Want to touch something here? Make sure all my bonuses are in.
Suck. But at least they're fighting each other too.
Yeah. But these
Pretty good.
two that have you in the stairwell definitely go toe to toe with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what
Oh,
that
yeah.
does. Okay, cool. 4 stunt points. They're bird stunts. Yeah, I think that's gonna work.
At least they can't lethal blow me. Nice. They can do basically everything else, though.
Okay. So they will do a. This one will do a lightning attack and then a skirmish. Actually, I guess it makes no sense. Oh no, because he'll still get both attacks. Okay, cool. So first things first. Damage is 9.
Okay, so that's 2 damage done to me then with my armor. Okay.
Nice. The second attack is a 14. Does that hit you?
Oh, I was the second attack. I didn't know which one I was. Whoa, oh, that's his second attack. 14 is my defense.
Okay, so then that does hit.
Okay.
Dealing 10 damage.
So 3 more damage. Okay.
Hey,
And then
that's
his skirmish-
Nice armor.
He will push you back once.
Okay.
With his.
Sorry, that mine is done now, right? Like me being pushed back and like nothing weird will happen if I touch the little trap.
No, the trap it's gone at this point. It's
Sweet,
detonated.
cool. Just want to make sure. Appreciate it.
That's right. He technically had a +1 to both those attacks anyway. He will spend his next action, or his minor action, to move. So his speed is 14. So he'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Duelist 2 will do the exact same thing on Kenedrin. That'll definitely hit.
Yeah,
No
it'll
stunt
definitely
points
hit.
though.
Yeah.
Thank God. At least there's no stun points. Not bad. Let's only do a few points. What kind of armor does Kenedrin have?
Oh, that's definitely not right. Kenedrin has what is it? Heavy leather.
Oh, okay. So that's a little less. That's a little less.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he takes
alright.
6 damage out of that mix.
Damage. Yeah.
Heavy leather should be 4 points, right?
Yeah,
4 points reduction.
Oh, did I
Yeah,
look-
yeah,
Oh,
so
I
you're
looked at the
saying-
wrong thing. So yeah, so he takes 5 damage total.
5 damage. Oh, I also read your 10 as well. I thought the 10 was the damage as well, so I was like, no, 4 is 6. But nope, I just don't know how to read either.
Here, you all should be able to see Kenedrin's health. I should have set that a while ago. There you go. Now I think everyone should see it. Cool. And then he'll do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You guys are fast.
Yeah.
Those are the
Curious about-
2 duelists.
Curious
Sorry.
about the logistics of skirmishing someone who's prone. Did he just like kick him across the floor?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he kicked you and you just kind of rolled in that direction.
I was like, whoa.
Cool. It is Blaine's turn. Gotta have like 1,000 character sheets open.
God.
We're gonna have Blaine just attack Artle. I think that just makes sense in this case.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to guard up and choose a 2. So let's say for guard up, we'll just give a little, I don't know, shield? Shield, there we go. Nice little icon there. So his defense is up by 2. That is this one. Perfect. And then he will strike with his bastard sword.
Whoa. Slow.
Wow, it just barely hits him.
Wow.
Really? Oh, wow.
Is that right? No way.
Because I have a 14 defense, and I've got like.
Yeah, I mean, Artle's defense is actually not that good.
Wow, damn.
Yeah. Does he like
So
have
it's
really
this-
heavy armor, maybe?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it is.
Armor, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you might not take as much damage. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Useful information.
he takes a little bit of damage.
It's still a bit. Still a bit.
That brings us to Adana.
I'll use my turn to stand up. Oh boy.
Youch.
Yep.
All right. Then that takes us to Purifier 1, 2, and 3. They are all going to charge, I think, and attack the duelists. Or they might, you know what? They might just attack Blaine. Which is very funny to me.
I mean, it makes sense,
Yes.
right? Like, Blaine's the one that, he's the.
Instigator.
Yeah, I just don't know if I'd rather deal with the Templars with all their armor or deal with Blaine and the duelists. It's all bad.
You know what? I have a rule for this. I'm going to roll a d6 to decide who they attack. Okay, yeah, they will attack Blaine.
Nice.
Because right now they just want to kill everybody in there, right? They want to kill Blaine and us. So I feel like it'd be kind of silly for them to be like, I'm gonna run all the way to that room when they have those guys right there.
I don't
Yep.
know. We helped the purifiers. We helped them. So why would they want to kill us?
Because he's like, they must be working with them. Like, he would like directly to like, I bet they don't even work for for you guys. They're working for them.
Oh,
gonna
They
retcon-
kind of are working for the Brotherhood.
I'm going to retcon one thing, which just changes these guys' movement, because I forgot that activate was a minor action. Both of these duelists, instead of moving, activate instead, because that makes a lot more sense for them to do.
What is activate? Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have to
Activate
tell me.
is
I
a-
literally have it right here.
A duelist ability, which they both have.
Ah,
Yeah.
Let's see.
probably like just activating a constant effect, like in the video.
Yeah, and it
games.
happened last time too. I know there's some guys that did some activation stuff last time. So cool.
That's-
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you that they look like they're preparing to duel, which means that they're looking both more violent and better defended. They have the right
good.
posture for it.
Yay.
Now it makes perfect sense for these guys to charge straight over to Blaine. They are actually going to get gang up bonuses as well, which is very bad for Blaine. So they will each attack. I'll just roll these all at once just to knock this out. Two of them hit.
And one has
Nice.
5
Stun
jump
points.
points.
They do have stun points on that one. This one's weird because it's a lot of me just fighting myself.
Ah,
Man, don't worry. Once one side is gone, they'll be coming for us. So
Holy shit. That's enough for a mighty blow, and that is one of their preferred stunts.
Nice.
Mighty and lethal. They have 5 for either. I don't know if they do. They probably do mighty though.
Well,
They're probably mighty because most of these guys don't do lethal.
lethal
Oh,
is the
that's true.
5-er. I
That's
think.
right. That one is the 5.
Yeah, lethal's a 5. Mighty is the 2.
Yeah. Fuck them up.
Okay, this makes sense. So he'll use mighty blow and then knock him prone.
Wow.
Poor
Also
Blaine.
fair.
immediately
Blaine.
is not looking great. So that's one of those attacks. So that's 11, and then that's 14. And then the 14 was the second guy, so that's an extra d6 to that. Okay, so
Wow.
Yes.
that's that. Yeah, you know what? I can just do
Happy to
this.
see Blaine getting his. Don't really care
Oh,
who
yeah.
gives it to him.
Oh no, it's zero care. I don't care if I'm the guy that chops his head off. I mean, I wanted to be at one point, but after that first meeting,
That one
Blaine-
guy was 1 away from max damage on that attack.
Blaine is wearing pretty heavy armor, but you know, being knocked prone and getting wailed on by 2 Templars looks pretty
Still not good.
lethal.
Yeah, it's not good.
Okay, thank you for waiting. Now we're on to Kenedrin. Kenedrin will also stand up. That takes us to Torek, who...
And Tor will also stand up.
All right, beautiful. Then that takes us to Ardle, who still has yet to go.
You know what's so funny is that by the time Onyx goes down here, they'll basically get just as many turns as us because we all had to get up.
That is kind of the funny thing is that, yeah, they didn't get hit by the trap, so in a way you kind of saved some aches and pains.
Yeah, there you go. We did good.
All right, Ardle.
Our team.
Ardle will...
13?
What about 13?
I thought you said 13?
I have no idea.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, no, we're good.
We're gonna have Ardle. We'll have him do an all-out attack, I think, and then press the attack. Cool.
Amazing.
Boy,
Nice.
oh boy, oh boy, that just barely does it. Wait.
Yeah, because Blaine is prone. Yeah.
That's right, he's prone, but he guarded up. That's right. Okay, so yeah, no, that definitely does it. Cool, so Ardle, his preferred stunts. That makes sense. He'll use Mighty Blow.
It's murder.
He uses a massive two-handed sword.
Whoa.
3d6 plus 4. God. Oh, this is so bad, guys, because eventually they're going to turn those on us.
So that's
I know who I'm
18.
casting weakness on.
Yeah.
Woo-wee. Yeah, Blaine's, he's looking really
Blaine's
bad.
gotta be looking pretty fucked up. That's crazy. That's crazy.
He's not looking good at all. Cool. It is on this
Horrifying.
turn that Onyx and the Elevated Brotherhood make their appearance. So here we go.
Reinforcements.
Onyx, you can place yourself anywhere within this room. And then also please roll initiative.
I'll be right here next to Torek and Madonna here. And initiative.
And there's
That's a lot.
lot of Elevated Brotherhood members here. So they'll just kind of fill the room here.
Wow.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh my god.
So
So
it's-
many.
That is
When-
so funny.
when I saw the like, here's the number of adversaries for this encounter, I was like, there are so many NPCs, this is absurd.
This is pretty nuts.
Okay, so Onyx, you've got was the second one to get you on the initiative roster?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I'll take that 14. That's fine.
Cool, that works for me. Then Elevated Brotherhood agents.
You rolled 3 6s? Wow.
That is a 14
Unless
for
they-
them.
Yeah. Unless they also have the armor penalty, but I'm assuming most of these people who are here don't.
Oh, right. I need to add them to the initiative. Maybe I should just do one, actually. Yeah, let's do that. That'll be a lot clearer. Okay, so 14. And then the mage. We actually have a mage companion here. I don't have enough windows for all these character sheets. Also a 14. Nice. Okay, so now we have our new initiative roster here. Let me purge some of these duplicates, because duelists go on the same turn. Purifiers go on the same turn. Did I delete someone on accident? Shit.
Oh no. Duelist 1.
We have... Well, we only need one duel. Okay, so we've got Adana, Onyx, Kenadrin, Toric. Good. That's good there. We have Ardal, Purifier. So that's good. And we have Duelist and Blaine. Good. And then we have the Mage. Okay, no, we're good. We've got everyone we need. Whew, it's a lot to keep track of. Cool. Duelist 1 is going to attack Kenadrin. We're going to make this an... we'll make this a defensive one. So we're going to boost his defense by 2. Reminds me, Blaine's goes back down by 2. And he's going to attack Kenadrin at -2. But he also has a +1 right now. That'll definitely do it. So Kenadrin takes 8 damage.
Minus armor.
Minus armor, so Kenadrin is now sitting at 13 health.
Oof.
Ouch! He doesn't have a lot of health.
Jeez. Yeah, no, we are getting...
Let's see. This duelist is split between worlds here, so we're gonna say he attacks the Elevated Brotherhood agent.
Oh, the duelist number 2.
Yeah. Woo! Wee!
Jesus.
It'll definitely do it. Yeah, and we're gonna say for his minor action, he's going to stand firm so that you can't push past him. So we're gonna do, he had what, 5 stun points? So that's enough for pierce armor and lightning attack.
Damn.
Phew.
Makes sense, though. Makes sense.
Armor rating is halved. So their armor is 7, so they only get 3 armor right now. Let's see if the second attack hits. Definitely does. Or does it? They really have that good of armor? It's at, well, he's at +1. Okay, so it does hit, but barely. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so that's that. That's that. So they're taking 6 and 3, so that's 9 damage. Phew. It's a lot of sudden math for just me. Blaine will use a minor action to stand up, so he's no longer prone. Blaine have for special stuff here.
Yeah, if he's got any little tricks to keep himself alive, he's gonna use them on them instead of us, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna say he's just going to... Oh boy. There's not a lot. He's gonna just use 2 minor actions and... Oh no, he's gonna run. Double your speed in yards. Oh, can't take this action if you're prone. You'd use, you'd use the move action to stand up first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, so he did use the minor action to stand up, so now he can do it. Brutal. So Blaine's speed is 9, so it goes up to 18, which means he can go 9 squares. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Let's go for the secret passage.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
All right, that takes us to Adana.
All right. Gonna ready my bow and then shoot duelist number 1.
Beautiful. Go for it.
Have to remember how to combat.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dang. No stuff
Nailed
points,
it.
though. No
It's a
stuff
great hit,
points.
though.
I know, unfortunate, but you still
Mhm.
get, at least you hit though.
9 damage.
9 damage. Very good.
And which duelist were you hitting, Don?
The number 1.
Number 1, okay.
Oh, I updated the wrong one.
Oh. Because I assume we came downstairs, we weren't, like, we didn't have our weapons in hand because we weren't expecting or wanting to fight at that point. So that's both my actions, right?
I mean, I'll leave it narratively up to you. I think, logically speaking, it makes sense to be ready for a fight, but...
And you did grab your bow as you went down the stairs. That was the last thing you did was bow in hand. So
That's
I feel
true,
like...
actually.
Okay, then I'll use my minor action to reload in that case.
Perfect. That makes sense. All right, that takes us to... I'll leave it up to you, Onyx. Do you want to go before the Elevated Brotherhood agents, since you're all technically on the same team?
I think the stakes are personal for Onyx. They want to help their friends. So
Beautiful.
I'm going to cast... I think I'm going to try and cast this new spell. I'm going to try and cast Weakness on Duelist number 1 here.
Nice.
All right. Let me just need to open up my character sheet, see if I can cast this spell again. I got off earlier.
Hey.
Nice.
All right, so I cast it, and they have to make a successful magic, a spirit test versus my spell power.
Ooh, okay.
Did my spell power go up as well since we leveled up?
Yes,
You would
because
think.
it corresponds with your
Oh, yes.
magic.
Last level. Excellent, excellent.
So this was a willpower test, did you say?
Magic.
Oh, magic. Oh, and the focus is spirit?
Yeah, and they have to, I believe they have to beat a 13 now.
Yeah, they don't.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, that is -1 penalty to their strength and dexterity, and a -5 penalty to their speed for a number of rounds equal to the casting roll's dragon die. So that for the next 5 rounds.
Woo!
Beautiful.
Ow.
Good roll, good
Something
dragon
tells me
die.
they won't live that long.
I know, right?
Probably not.
Was that duelist 1 or 2?
1.
Got it. Okay, cool. So -1 strength, -1 dex, and then -5 speed?
Yep.
Perfect.
Dang.
It's a good icon for this. We'll say... Let's do this weird broken looking thing. Cool. All right. Did you have a minor action still?
Yes, I do. Alright, just look here. I think I'm just going to stand firm, if I may.
Sure. That sounds good.
Yeah, since they're knocking people prone and skirmishing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. That takes us to the other mage who will cast Arcane Bolt. Yeah, I like
Ooh,
that
nice.
one. He's going to target Duelist 1. Let's see.
Welcome
how to
up.
do this. To go to... I haven't had to use magic yet. Here we go. Okay, so that succeeded. And then, let's see. They
You have 3
get
stump points too.
What do they save with? Oh, dex. Okay. And he has -1 dex. So this will only be +3. So he does save.
Oh,
But he still takes a d6 damage. Could be a lot worse. Hey, nice.
nice.
That is enough to hurt him.
I was gonna say, is that armor piercing for that arcane bolt or no?
No, it's not.
Oh. You would think it's magic. Like, you'd think magic would bypass armor, but...
Yeah, that might make magic way too powerful,
magic,
though.
yeah, super OP. I feel like you'd be spending
Fair.
everything on just magic. You'd be like, yeah, we're all spellcasters. It should be magic for page for
that's
page.
fair.
And he will... I think he's going to do the same thing and stand firm. Okay, now we have the million agents here. Which, boy oh boy, I cannot imagine this is going to go well for any of them. So... Yeah, I mean, I think they're all just going to... We're going to have a bunch of them Well, wow, the funny thing here is they can't all reach.
Yeah, they got us in a funnel.
Yeah, they do. So we'll say 2 of them are within range of hitting. Both of them are going to target duelist number 2. That is a miss.
Mm,
But
And that is a hit.
there you go.
That's 8 damage. Beautiful.
Oh, I think you're doing the Purifier Age. I don't know if that makes a difference, Chris.
It does make a difference.
Oh,
Sorry, not to be that guy. It's just in
No,
case that
no.
does. I just, yeah.
Well, it was the same bonus, I think, for the attacks. Yeah, because they all
Nice.
had plus 5.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
yeah, so.
So the damage is the only thing that's going to be different. Yes, the damage is the only thing that's different.
oh.
Better, though.
They rolled
Nice.
a
Wow.
better, though.
Wow-wee!
I
Okay.
just saw the 1d6. I was like, oh, that's lame.
Oh shit! These
Good
guys
catch,
also
James.
have. They also have bows.
Oh, hell yeah. So they can hit.
Oh, so they can. Nice.
Okay, cool. So he takes that 12 damage minus armor. These guys are screwed. Cool. So that's
Pincushion these fools.
1, 2, 3 other agents in here who will take the minor action to. Yeah, it only takes a minor action to ready your weapon, right?
I think so.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the
minor action ready
action.
weapon.
Perfect. Okay, so they'll take the minor action to ready their weapon, and then 3 of them will shoot. We'll say they'll shoot at duelist 2. That's a miss.
Yeah. Ugh.
Well, actually, no, those are both hits because their defense is 15 right now. So that's 2 hits and a miss. That's 4 stun points.
Nice.
Defensive stance is perfect. Okay, so pierce armor and defensive stance for the one with the stun points. Good, because that's pretty bad damage.
Mm.
So that's still pretty good damage, though, in the grand scheme of things. So that's damage for the one with the stun points, and then for one without. Very nice. Duelist 2 is looking like he's about to drop.
Nice. Thank
Nice.
God.
Phew. Okay, now we're on the purifiers. We're going to roll a d6 to see who they decide to attack. Yeah, they are going to just let Blaine flee.
Aww.
So they are going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was it 7 that they could move? No, they can move.
And each square is 2 meters, right?
Yeah, so they
2
actually
yards,
can't move that
yeah.
far.
Or 2 yards, excuse me.
Okay, so they could run, I suppose.
I am so slow.
Yeah, okay, that's what they're going to do. They are going to use a minor action to activate. So all of their defenses go up.
Oh dear.
I'm so
And
curious
then-
about this activate. It's cool stuff.
1, 2, 3, 4, whoops.
I
5,
assume
6,
warriors will
7,
get some kind of activation down the line.
Probably.
6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. That is their turn. Not very special. That takes us to Kinedrin. who is going to go nuts and do an all-out attack.
On Duelist 2, I'm assuming. Or 1.
Duelist 1, yes.
Sorry, I meant 1.
Let's see.
That was Purifier Agent. I don't know if that matters.
What? Oh, it does matter. Sorry, I have like 10 different character sheets up right now.
I don't blame you at all.
That's a clean miss. That's too bad. Yeah, he'll take his minor action to press the attack. So if they move, he'll move with them. Takes us to Ardle. Ardle's gonna do the same thing here.
Really, he doesn't want to go after Blaine.
Well, you know what? I'll give you that. I'll let him roll. Yeah, he's gonna let Blaine flee.
Okay.
Bastards.
Cool. So that'll be... His movement is also bad, so he's gonna run. Ooh. No, you know what? He'll do a normal move. So 1, 2, 3. And he will use a major action to command his people. Kill them all! We will slay everyone out of here so that we can take the opportunity to finally deal a killing blow to the elevated brotherhood. Join me, brothers, and kill them all! And they all have a rallying cry going, ah! And that's them.
Uh-oh.
Torek, it's you.
Great. So you said Duelist 2 is looking... Was it Duelist 2 that's looking close to death, or Duelist 1?
Duelist 2,
they're
right?
both looking pretty bad, but Duelist 2 is looking really bad.
So I think, unfortunately, where I'm at, I cannot reach with my normal weapon, because there's an agent right in the way. So instead, what I'm going to do is I will ready, because I would have probably had the axe ready to go even with the letter, because I was like ready for a fight, but that's not going to do me any good. So I'm going to ready my throwing spear instead, and I will throw it at Duelist number 2, and I think I just have to. Am I allowed to make it an all out? Let me double check. I think I can. But you know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let me just make sure I'm allowed to do it with a thrown weapon. Boom, boom, boom. Oh no, it's adjacent for hand to hand, so I cannot do that. So yeah, I will just do a normal attack then. I will do a normal attack, and we will see how this goes. Let's roll, baby.
It's pretty good.
That's a 15 to hit Duelist number 2.
That will hit.
Sweet,
Yay.
and let's roll the damage. 12 damage.
Nice.
Please describe how you kill this man.
So I think what I do is I tell the Brotherhood agent to drop for a moment, and then as soon as they go down, I just like almost like a football player when they're about to throw a real big long drive. I just nail the spear right through the dude's head the second the agent drops.
Nice.
Beautiful.
That's what you get for stabbing at a dwarf when he's down.
Do you still have a minor action?
No, mine was to ready. The readying to flip, or whatever the
That's
one is
right.
to flip.
That's right.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. Because I would definitely not have had my throwing spear out. Would not have.
Duelist 1 is going to do a morale check here.
Do a fuck, everyone's leaving.
Or dying.
Dead. I mean, he did pretty fucking well.
Does pretty well. The fight,
real brave chevalier.
The fight pushes on. So he's going to take the opportunity to attack. I mean, even he doesn't really know at this point.
Yeah, right. He's like, there's so many fucking people.
We'll have him attack the Agent 3.
Which one is
Agent?
This is the one right in front of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, that's the only one I cannot see the number of. So, there it is. I see it right next to my name. Woof.
All right. Pretty good damage. but doesn't do a ton. Cool. Then they will. You know what? They're gonna move with their minor action.
And I think Kenadrin goes with them, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yes, he does.
As far as they can go.
Mm-hmm.
Kenadrin is on the slower side. Let's see. Kenadrin has a speed of 7, so he can move 1, 2, 3. So not too far. Cool. That takes us to Blaine. Blaine is going to continue fleeing. So that's. Let's see. His movement was also a 7, I believe.
I'm wondering if there's a secret exit somewhere here. There must be, because he would have just been like, I'm gonna hide in this corner now.
No. His speed is 9, so he can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Not quite make it. So he'll turn that into a run. Oh, it's a minor action. Okay, that's perfect. So with a minor action, Blaine activates a hidden doorway here and reveals a staircase on the map behind one of the wine shelves. That's going to be his turn. We're on Adana. Back to the top of the round. Oh, no. Did we get scrambled here?
Well, we killed... Oh, dude, no, it should be Duelist number 2 and then... Wait. Oh, no, Duelist 2. No, that's right, because... No, the top of the round was
the Duelists are together.
Yeah, the Duelists were top of the round, so that was the new round.
Oh, that was
because the Duelists just went...
Right, because Blaine... Oh, okay, I didn't realize we were already on new round. All right, perfect. Then we are officially on Adana's turn.
Let's see, my speed is 16.
God, you guys are all so fast.
Oh, no, not token settings. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I come out of the room and I see these guys. I'm like, whoa! So I back up a little bit. 5. And then I'm gonna shoot Duelist 1.
Nice.
That makes sense. If you had to pick who you're going to shoot at first, I think that's the right call. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely hits.
Oh, for a second, I thought there was some points. I saw the 4 and the 5, and I thought those were 2 5s.
Ooh, good damage, though.
Good damage, dude.
Very good damage.
Thank goodness.
Almost max.
You shoot him straight in the, we'll say in the back, like the lower back, and he is now stumbling as he's trying to get out of here.
He's like, oh god, oh god, oh god.
That was a move and an attack, so that's it.
Yep. That's
All right, we're on to Onyx.
All right. Can Onyx get out of this room? Or are they kind of caught in the crowd here?
You can move through allies, so yes.
Oh, sweet. I was saying there's also the diagonal, too. Oh, I guess I could have attacked Duelist 2 then. That's all right.
All right, so then I'll go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, here. I'm just gonna post up right between Kenadrin and Adana here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and cast Vulnerability Hex on this first Purifier here.
Nice.
Ooh, nice.
All right, Purifier 2.
Got it.
2.
Okay,
That's closest. All right.
Hey.
All right. Got the spell off. And then the Purifier makes a test against my spell power. And for entropy spells, since I got that focus, it is now 15.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
They gotta make a magic entropy test against 15.
Nice.
They have to make a magic test? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a magic test. Okay.
Yep.
These are Templars in training, so they get a +1 to this roll.
Fair.
It does not succeed.
Nice.
I got a +2 to magic resistance.
Yeah, the vulnerability hex again. That's until the end of the encounter. The target suffers a -1 penalty to defense and a -2 penalty on ability test versus spell power.
Very nice.
And we still have weakness on Duelist number 1. But that's my turn.
+1 to defense, -2 on ability test. Phew.
Let me take away those mana points from me. There we go.
I'm glad we got that full rest in. This would have been so tough if we had to work through the night either of the days.
Oh yeah. I think they kind of expect it a little bit, but it's hard to say. This combat is very interestingly designed.
So many questions.
Cool. That moves us to the other mage, who is, let's see, what's his movement? There you are. His movement is, oh, pretty good. He's got a speed of 13, so he can go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So he could go here, and he will double down on what you just did, and he'll cast Weakness on Purifier 2.
Nice.
Nice vulnerability and
13.
weakness.
Target number was 11, so that was successful. So this dude needs to
Beat a 15, it looks like.
15, but he's also at -1 because of vulnerability.
Oh, it's -2, right?
-2. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
-2
-2.
against spell power.
Beautiful. And then the resist. Does it say what the resist is on this? Does not. That's too bad. That would have helped me. It's magic. Okay. Yeah.
Magic spirit. Yeah.
Okay, so he's at -1 total because as a Templar, he still gets that +1. Does not do it.
Nice.
So, wowee. So now he's
having
also
a bad day.
he's ready to get
Good.
absolutely messed up.
Wrecked.
Cool. Then that takes us to all of the other agents. Okay, their movement
There's so many.
is 10, so they can't do a whole heck of a lot. Interesting.
Well, that's 5 squares.
Yeah, they just won't really be able to reach anyone. Yeah, we'll move 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll have Agent 5 already had a spear out, so she will stand firm. Agent 1 is going to ready a spear, and then Agent 3, well, actually, you know what? We'll swap Agent 1 and 3 because this just makes sense. So Agent 1 and 4 will reload while both Agent 3 and 5 stand ready with spears. And then that agent will move there and also reload. Whew. Now to the purifiers. Purifiers will charge up. So we're going to go... Fire agents have a speed of 9, so they can go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that's not quite a charge. They can only move and then do a normal attack. 2, 3, 4. So they're just going to move up, and they're going to do a normal attack on everyone. So, and they'll just attack the person directly in front of them. So, Purifier
Keep
1,
it simple.
Purifier 2, Purifier 3. Well, all of them hit.
Oof.
Wowee.
Damn.
Yeah, every
Oof.
single one of them hit. The first one got stunt points.
Got
Yikes.
5.
Okay, that's knock prone. Yep, that's a mighty blow and a knock prone. So Agent 5 is now prone. Oh wait, but they get a resist because of stand ready or stand firm.
Yeah,
Strength
they'd be
might
knocked prone.
versus strength might or acrobatics. Sorry that it's just a lot of you guys watching this.
No, you're good.
You're moving this along very well, Chris.
Yeah.
Doing my best.
I don't envy you this work.
So that is might from them versus might from them.
Yep.
They unfortunately still get knocked prone. That's too bad. It was a valiant attempt, though.
Mm.
Okay, now we get to do damage. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Youch. And then this is the d6 for the mighty blow. So, 13 damage, 7, 13. Okay, so Agent 5 is not looking wonderfully. Agent 3 is completely fine. And then I think you get nothing, actually. So, ouch. The mage is suddenly very hurt.
Oof. Yeah, I bet.
They probably shouldn't have moved up so close.
Hmm.
Now we're on Kinedrin. Kinedrin will absolutely charge up here and attack. So we're going to do a charge attack with Kinedrin. So this is +1.
Oh.
So that's a 13. That is definitely not enough to bypass the defense at all, unfortunately. But Kinedrin will continue to, you know what, he'll have charged up here and he'll continue to press the attack. Ardal will go... Sorry, I have to make sure I keep opening what the players can, or the viewers can see so that it updates for them. Kinedrin, or Ardal will go and... I guess he'll run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And he'll take an action to... Actually, you know what? He'll go on the other side. So he'll go up here. You know what? Yeah, we'll get spicy with it. We'll have him move right over here. And he will aim. Cool, that's him. Torek, it's finally your turn.
Yeah, there's so much going on over here. I don't think I can physically do anything with how everyone's lined up at the moment. I know I can walk through people, but I can't really stand in front and attack, right?
Yeah.
Since someone owns that space. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna use a full action to run, because again each square is 3 yards, right? So if I run, I get double.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll bring me up to 14.
Each square is 2 yards.
Oh, each square is 2 yards. Oh, I got confused because that's my bad. I saw it with the feet, so I was trying to figure out the math, and that was my bad.
I can fix that.
So each square is 2 yards, so that would bring me up to, let's see. Oh, well, 2 yards, I might be able to just do, okay. I might even have to run then.
Yeah, you could probably move and charge, depending.
Yeah, I can move up to, gosh, everyone's in a spot where yeah, literally everyone's in a spot right where I need to be, because being at 7 means I can only move 3 squares. So let me see, I can move probably to this door. I can go to the doorway that's right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I went from there and then I charged. That would still be, nope, I can only do 2 more squares, so nope. I think I have to run based off of how everything looks.
Damn.
But what can I, as an action as I'm running, use as a minor the reload? I have 2 spears, but I can use the reload to grab the spear I threw into Duelist 1 or 2.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I think while I'm running, I will reload, and I'll grab that spear, and then I'll move right to here, because I can move through people. That will get me to where I need to be.
Very nice.
And that is my turn.
All right, that takes us to Duelist 2, who is...
Which is Duelist 1, yeah.
Oh, Duelist 1, that's right. Still not looking great. They will guard up with a +2. Wait, this is the top of the round. and they will attack Kinedrin. Let's do list. There you are. This is -2. He definitely still hits, though.
Jeez.
For Kinedrin. 7 damage. It's not too terrible.
Not terrible. Not terrible. He's looking pretty messed up, but at least he's kind of in the back of the line.
Wouldn't this guy have to make a has this guy made a morale shock? Because Blaine is running and his buddy's dead. He did make it.
He did, and he got like a 14. It was like, he was like, I'm fine. And then he started running because he was like, there's so many people here. Let me get the fuck up.
It's like, I didn't like them anyway.
He will boot Scoot and Boogie out that direction, though. Blaine fully leaves the battlefield at this point.
That's about right.
Oops. There we go. Cool. That brings us to Adana.
Wait, can he guard up, move, and attack Chris, the duelist?
Oh, you're right. He can't. So he is still over
but
there.
6, he guarded up and he, okay. I was about to say, I was
Good
like,
call,
he's allowed to run. Yeah, no problem. You're good. I know, because like in almost every other game movements. Oh, you're muted, Lindis.
Oops. Sorry, my cat was being loud, so I was trying to scare everybody. All right. I will reload and then shoot at Duelist 1.
Nice.
Ooh. So that hit?
Let's see. His defense is still pretty good. Yeah, because he has +3 to his defense right now from everything stacked up. And then, trying to remember. Yeah, I think it still misses.
He's got that vulnerability minus, right? Or that weakness minus.
Yeah, the vulnerability minus
Strength, right?
was strength and dex, and then he can't resist spells as easily.
Okay.
Or no, weakness is... Remind me what
That's what's
vulnerability hex does?
Vulnerability hex reduces their defense by 1 and their ability test for spell power by 2. A vulnerability hex is the one that's on Purifier 2. Weakness is the one on Duelist 1.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so it does reduce his defense more than I had, but still doesn't hit.
Dang.
Shoot. All those
Dang. Especially with the 6 stuff. But it's wild that like you can get close though with Snake Eyes. That's crazy that with 2 of the dice being 1, you still got a 14. That's pretty.
I mean,
And that bode's focus is nice.
Yeah. Oh, the 6 helps too.
Oh yeah.
All right, I believe that takes us to Onyx.
Alright, Onyx is going to raise their staff and cast an Arcane Lance at Purifier 2 now that I've lowered their defenses.
Nice, very good.
Alright, get back to my character sheet here. And my attack roll for this is higher now too. Alright, does a 14 hit?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Sweet. Alright. I will go ahead. That's just a d6 plus 3.
And that's not armor piercing, is it?
Well, there are 4 stun points you
I
can
don't
spend.
think so.
Oh yeah, 4 stun points.
Yeah.
Dude, just I don't know, because are those things as combat? Does Arcane Lance fire combat, or is it magic for that one?
It
Counts
is
as combat, yeah.
Oh, dude, you could do armor piercing. Armor piercing's only 2.
Mm-hmm.
And how many points did I get again?
4.
2? Alright. Can I do Mighty Blow on this, or is that only for melee attacks?
Yeah.
It just says you inflict an extra d6 of damage on your attack. I don't think it specifies.
So that applies to Mighty Blow.
Alright. I think. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and cast Mighty Blow and Pierce Armor. I'll use those stunts. Alright, so I rolled 2d6 plus 3. Gotta get back to the chat here.
Ooh.
Pretty good.
Especially that rounding down armor.
Armor piercing.
Especially with that. That rounds it down by half.
Mm-hmm.
It's big.
Very good. It's a solid hit. Blows a chunk out of their armor and leaves them smoldering.
Alright. Very good.
Did you still have a minor action?
I do. I think I'll just use it to stand firm again.
Cool. That makes sense. All right, that takes us to the Elevated Brotherhood Mage. They're going to move.
Yeah.
And Chris, those are walls that are right by us, right? They cannot get through those, right?
Those are shelves. So you can attempt to stab or shoot through it. It'll give you some negatives. You could try to knock it over or break it to make a passageway.
Ah, oh, cool. Okay, I appreciate that. That's good information.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna say the mage is just going to use Arcane Lance, and they will also target the purifier that you just targeted.
Makes sense. Let's soften that boy up.
That will hit.
Nice.
Not good damage though.
3 stun points.
But if 3 stun points, like at least do maybe armor piercing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, I know what their preferred is, though.
Oh, yeah,
What
that's
would be
true.
better? Oh yeah, what is their preferred? I think their preferred is actually Mana Shield. Yeah.
Oh,
but
Mana
they can't.
Shield.
They can't
Wow.
do that one. So. Yeah. Let's do Mighty Blow. And hopefully do more damage. There we go. I think that kind of nets to about the same, but hey, I'll take it. Cool. And that takes us to the other agents. Now we get to have fun with all of them. So we're going to start with the ones with the spears first. Here you are. We're going to have... Yeah, we'll just have them attack directly below. Both of those are definitely successes.
Nice.
Nice.
Cool. So that's going to be damage there, and then a wee bit of damage there. Agent 2 will actually switch to a spear and then charge and attack Purifier 2. And that will...
They get a +1 to that, too, Chris. I don't know if 14 does it.
Yeah, oh, it'll definitely do it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that is more good damage. Beautiful. And then Agent 1 and 4 will shoot their longbows. We'll say at Purifier 2. That's a hit. That's a crazy hit.
Fine hit.
Points. 6 stun points.
Cool. So that's 8 damage and then 8 damage. They like pierce
they
armor
gonna-
and defensive stance. So let's see here.
They can do both, I think. And they still have 2 left over after that.
So we'll do... I don't know if this technically counts, but I could do a lightning attack and... What I'm trying to figure out, I don't think there's a rule on this, and if I could spend my minor action immediately to reload and then launch that that arrow.
Well, it
I don't
says for
think-
the light. It says for lightning attack, you must have a loaded missile weapon to make the range attack. So if it's not loaded yet, I would imagine not.
Yeah.
Then we'll
It
do
says
mighty.
all happen out of
We'll
action.
do mighty blow and pierce armor on this one. So we'll roll that
Nice.
extra
And you
d6.
still have 2 points left on top of that, Chris.
Well, that's... Oh, I do.
Yeah, because it's 2 for each of those.
Right.
So you could take the defensive stance too if that's one of their
Yeah.
their preferred.
Cool. Yeah, we will take defensive stance. Probably won't make a terrible difference, but hey, every little bit helps.
Hey, you never know. +2 defense till what the next turn?
Okay, let's see. So first one shot 8, so that's minus that, and then the second one dealt 9 damage. Cool. Purifier 2 is dead.
Nice.
Wah hey.
Nice.
No one bites the dust.
Do.
Cool. That leaves 2 purifiers. They will. We're gonna have them do all-out attacks at the 2 agents above them, so their defense is going to be temporarily reduced. If I can remember that, hopefully, because goodness gracious, it's a lot to keep track of.
It sure is.
That's why where I can help, I am, Chris. If I can like be like, oh, it's this, just to lend that extra bit of brain power.
I appreciate it, because man, oh man, it is quickly becoming an insane amount.
Yeah, I guess in the future you can always do them all as one big unit, but that would be kind of wackadoo too, because they all get crazy good hits, and then
Yeah. It's a 14 and a 16. Only the 16 hits.
Nice.
These guys have really good armor. Whoa, that's right, but they do a lot of damage.
a lot of damage.
Spicy.
Even to me, that would be a decent bit. It'd be like, oh god, why?
By the way, don't mean to interrupt. Do we want to finish this encounter tonight, or are we looking for a place to stop?
That is a good question. We could pause this and come back to it next week, because we are at 10 o'clock.
Seems like a bad thing to interrupt and pause in the middle of a battle, I think.
We could
I'm good to keep going if everyone else says.
I'm still good. I'm still good. As long as we're good.
Maybe we could finish off the battle and then do like the aftermath next week.
Sure, that's okay with me.
Yeah, I like that. That works for me. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't want to get into the aftermath stuff just because, we're already pushing that past that 10. So sure, sounds good to me.
All right.
Cool. Thank you for calling that out.
Yeah, no, really good call out. I know, Chris, you're covered in screens right now, so you're like, Is it expected that the Brotherhood is going to be in the fight too, or is that something that we kind of helped?
It's worse than that, Tony.
Okay.
So if you didn't ally with the Brotherhood, this would be a free-for-all 1v1v1v1.
Oh my god.
Unless you were unable to convince the Purifiers to work against Blaine, then it's just a 1v1v1.
And Blaine still probably would have run. He probably still would have been like, I'll let you guys handle this. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Kenedrin unfortunately misses, but will continue to press the attack. That leaves us to Ardle. Ardle will stab through the wine rack to attack.
Wow.
Rude.
He will get I'll give him a -1 for this, but he already has a very good attack. And that is actually exactly what he needed to do it.
Wow. That's a lot of damage.
Could have been worse, honestly.
Rolled low, though.
Or, yeah, it's a real low roll on your end, but still. The fact that 11 is low. 3d4 plus 3d6 plus 4. Scary numbers.
Sword.
He will... We'll just use the action to move. He wants to be a little bit closer to everybody. We're on to you, Torek.
So what kind of action would it be to, push down this shelf?
We'll make it a strength might check.
So is that are checks like that minor or major actions?
That is a good question.
Because I don't know if tests are really listed out as
I would call that a major action because it's effectively an attack against an object.
Okay.
If it was activating something, like pulling a button, like a lever or pushing a button, that's a minor, but this takes a little bit more effort.
Okay, and if I wanted to, throw my spear at Ardle, would I also get that -1 with that shelf in the way?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm gonna go ahead and I am going, because I had it reloaded when I did last round for my minor, so it's ready to go. I'm gonna go ahead and aim to get that +1, and then I will throw my spear at Ardle.
Okay, that sounds good.
Because he's getting close, and I don't like that. So I need to add, just for this one, I will make this a +6, and I'll put it back down.
Nice.
baby.
Yeah, I think that does it.
That'll
Whoa.
absolutely do it.
I wish I had some stunts in there, but that's all right. And let's see what the damage is, because it's not a lot of damage on this. I mean, 13's not bad, but he probably has a ton of armor.
That's
I got,
really good.
I think that's full. That's full. That's max damage.
Yeah, dang.
It's a pretty good hit. He still looks pretty healthy though.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm
sure.
really sure he does. So that was my. That does everything for me, because that was me readying, or so that was me throwing, and yeah, so that's me.
Cool. That brings us back to the duelist. He's going to do the same thing. He's going to guard up with a 2 and then attack Kinedrin, because that's all he can think of right now. He's just happy that not everyone else is trying to attack him right now. Oh, is that a hit? That is a hit.
Oh,
Does he get a -2 though from that for the guard up?
He does, but it still hits. Kinedrin's
Aw,
defense
come
is
on.
pretty bad.
That's fair. No, that's fair. That's fair. My defense isn't great either, so.
On the
Oof.
plus side, the
Min
damage was
damage.
minimum damage, so Kinedrin only takes 2 damage here.
We do need to finish that duelist stuff though.
I'm trying. I keep missing.
No, I know you're working on him. I should have thrown it. I should have attacked him instead. But with Ardal starting to advance, I was like, oh no.
That does bring us to Adana.
I'll reload and try to shoot him again. Do
All right.
Oh my goodness.
You got this, Adana.
Hey,
Yes.
that'll
There we go.
absolutely do it. Beautiful shot.
Even with the guard up.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
Not bad.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Hey.
Please
That's-
describe how you kill this duelist.
Well, he's busy scuffling with Kinedrin. I just, fire it and hit him straight through the heart, and he's gone.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Like the heart shot. There you go.
And that's all I can do. That was both my actions.
Hey, dude, that's a good round. That's a good stinking round.
Whew. All right, that takes us to Onyx.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and cast Vulnerability Hex on another one of these purifiers here. Actually, I think I'll just cast it on Ardal.
Ooh, very
very
nice.
Probably needs to be weakened the most.
Call.
Yeah,
Oh.
he looks scary.
All right,
Let me
let's
hit
see
the
if I can
3d6
bring it
plus
down.
4. If I can disarm him, I'll try, guys. But I need to
Oh
push
yeah,
down.
I forgot that's a stunt.
Hmm.
All right. What did I get there?
12.
Okay, I think that's what it takes to cast it, right? Yes, I just got it off.
Yay.
Oh, nice.
Alright, so yeah, Ardal has to make a magic entry test versus 15.
All right. Interestingly, he doesn't get the same bonus for resisting magic, so
Oh.
he fails.
Nice.
Alright. Toast, alright, so yeah, -1 to his defense and -2 penalty on ability test versus spell power till the end of the encounter.
Ooh, nice.
You said
Nice.
-1 to defense?
Yeah.
Whew. All
There's
right.
still a couple rounds of weakness on Duelist 1.
Well, Duelist one's dead,
He's
so.
dead.
Oh, posted.
Duelist one's
Alright.
dead, yeah, so no more rounds of that.
Got it. I was still keeping track.
It's good that you're keeping track. There's a lot going on. It's an intense fight.
Mm.
Okay, I guess then I will aim at Ardal then
Nice.
as my
Oh,
minor.
yes, and then for next round. That's fair.
All
That's
right.
my turn.
Cool. That takes us to the Elevator Brotherhood Mage.
I'm very excited for Ardal to be swinging at me through the shelf and me swinging back through the shelf and us just taking -1s over and over again, or +1s on the opposite end.
It's like a Jackie Chan fight.
It's like,
We're going to have this mage use Drain Life on, we'll say, well, I mean, actually, Ardal makes the most sense because you've just weakened him.
Mm.
and he's already got some damage on him, so. Woo!
That
Damn!
is a good
Good roll.
roll. Target number is 12, so that's successful. So Ardal gets a magic. No. Does he resist Constitution Stamina? But he's at -2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Constitution, he doesn't have stamina. Oh, that's not going to do
Ooh,
Not
yeah.
gonna do it.
Nice.
it. Okay, so that's a d6 plus magic. His magic is 3.
And this is armor piercing, right? I think the life drain is armor piercing.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
I, mean,
So
I know Zag has this ability too.
that's 7 damage to Ardal, and then 7 health back to the mage.
Nice.
Although you're still looking good, right, Onyx? You haven't gotten hit yet, right?
I haven't got hit at all. I'm at full health.
Good. So you don't even need to use life drain, but heck
Yeah, well,
it's awesome.
Got it,
that
I
mage
need
was
it.
pretty hurt.
Hmm.
Yeah, that made you got beat up.
I think his bonus action, he'll aim.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of mana left though, but honestly, I don't think I'll need to cast too many more spells.
And you've got the
I was
Morning
looking-
Star just in case too. You got the Morning Star just in case. Remember, it's an action to flip flop from your other one, or a minor action to ready it.
I'll probably just be casting Arcane Lances.
Oh, also fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
I only
Okay.
bonk stuff if they get close to me.
2 of those hit. 11 and 7 damage. A ton on the second person. And then the other 2 will... Ooh. Yeah, we'll just have them both shoot and reload. Very nice. Still nice enough.
Man, I love to see some people with lower defenses. At least that's nice. They hit hard, but I'll take the low defense.
Not a ton of damage, but hey, every little bit helps.
Sure does.
Were they going for a Purifier 3 or 1?
Both. It was both
Oh,
of
nice.
the archers.
Just going down. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to keep it nice and simple for
Simple.
right
Nope, that makes
now.
sense.
2 purifiers will attack upward. Wowee, that'll do it.
Oh,
Oof. No stun points though.
god dang.
Yeah.
Though 11 and 13.
That's
That's
a lot.
some pretty big damage.
Okay. Agent 5 is looking very bloody,
Mm.
and Agent 3 is not looking hot. That takes us to Kenedrin. Kenedrin... It's got movement.
We have the
7.
okay.
1, 2, 3. He's gonna charge Ardal.
Oh, Kennedy,
Dang.
what are you doing, dude? You are so hurt.
He's so dead.
It's a +1. Ardal, it does beat his defense.
Wow.
That's
Ooh.
the attack plings off of Ardal's armor.
I was wondering how much. Now we at least know he at least at the minimum has 7 armor at the minimum.
Bad news for Kenedrin. It's now Ardal's turn.
No, but
no.
I threw the spear at him. He can just try and stab through the shelf, you know? Just stab through the shelf, you know? Just because I did 7
All right.
damage to him. All right.
We'll
great.
say I was giving you Kenedrin low and you high, so he rolled a 5. So he will
Okay.
absolutely target you. He's going to go for... Is it even worth doing an all-out attack?
He
Yeah,
gets a
you know what?
-1 right now, right?
It was... No, because Vulnerability Hex was -1 defense, and
No,
then...
but for the shelving in the way.
Yes, absolutely. He does get a -1 for that. Yeah, we'll have him do an all-out attack.
I don't
Wow.
think that hits.
That
Does not
that's
hit.
a
I have a
12.
14.
Nice.
All right, that's a clean miss. Wow. I guess he will press the attack, though. Oh, well, he can't do that because that is to hit. And he has...
It's true.
I guess...
Could move.
Yeah, you know what? We will have him move. Just a wee bit back.
We
That is you, Torque.
Okay. So
I
right now,
to the shelf and grab them.
is there a world for my movement? You can let me know because I have climb. Could I use my can I use movement as a minor action if I roll a successful climb? I'm asking for something crazy here. If I roll
Yes.
climb and I'm successful, and then can I still continue my movement? But like, how much movement will it cost me to climb?
We're gonna call it double movement for that square.
Okay. Okay, that'd be fine because then I think I can charge him after that. Okay, cool. I think I'll just enough for that. Okay, great. Then we're gonna try it. I'm gonna try a climb. What's the TN for this?
We'll make it a TN 13 because you're trying to do it quickly.
All right. Oh baby,
Do an elbow drop in the top shelf.
21.
Holy
Wow.
shit. Wow. Okay, yeah.
You climbed the shit
right.
out of that shelf.
And then from there, oh shit. I can't attack him yet because I had the spear. I would have to ready. That is really unfortunate because even without anything else, that's all right. That's all right. I'm in the way though, and that's good enough. So I'm just gonna take then more of a because he already went, right? Yeah, so it doesn't even matter. So I'm gonna take just more of a run then instead, Chris, if that's okay. Or I can do another move or something. I really can't do anything else. So I'll get myself literally right here, so I'm in his way.
Yeah, I mean, if your first action was run, then you can just be adjacent, and you'd still have a minor action.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, and then as a minor action, I will ready my axe. So I'll go from because my other spear is somewhere clattered here, and so I'll pick up my axe, and I'll be ready.
Nice.
Okay. Cool. That
good.
is me. That was worth it. Hell yeah.
These guys no longer have their negative defense because they did not all-out attack this time. So moving those purifiers back up. Okay, cool. That takes us to Duelist 2, who's dead, so they're out of the initiative. That is now Adana.
Which of the purifiers is looking more hurt?
Roll. We'll just give it to you. It's Purifier 1.
Okay, I'm gonna reload and shoot at Purifier 1.
Beautiful. Oh yeah, that'll hit.
Nice. Still no stun points.
It's been surprisingly lack of stun points for allies.
High rolls, yeah, but there's been some high rolls, but...
Okay.
Alright, 9 damage.
9 damage is a lot, but still not enough. They're looking pretty gruesome, though, at this point. Cool. That takes us to Onyx.
All right. Gonna follow up that vulnerability hex with a arcane lance.
Nice.
I'm gonna try and I aimed at the end of my last turn at Ardle, so it's headed his way.
Very nice.
Ooh.
Alright. What do we get? What do we get?
That
Alright, so it's a
will
14.
hit. That'll absolutely
Awesome.
hit.
And you got 2 stun points.
Yeah.
Good.
Which means
Then, and he is armored, right?
he is
Yes.
very armored.
Then we'll use Pierce Armor.
All right. Very nice.
Smart call on this
Alright,
fucker.
so it's just a 1d6 plus 3. Only 4.
Oh. It's something.
Even with Pierce armor, it fizzles off of his
It
chest plate.
blinks. Oh, that means shit. That means he's probably about an 8. Oh my, maybe
At
even a 9.
least.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. It could be a
Damn.
10 too though as well. And that's so much damage.
I might have to think of a different strategy for him.
You still have a minor action, though.
Drain life actually might not be bad.
Yeah. I
Even if you don't.
would cast it if I had another major action.
Yeah.
Here. I think I'm gonna leave him to you guys for now. I'm going to stand firm as my minor.
Nice.
Actually, you know what? I'll move Onyx for my minor so that I'm not on the other side of that shelf. I think
Smart.
the elevated Brotherhood guys can take care of the rest of those. So I'll just move Onyx over here.
Cool.
Alright, that's my turn.
All right, that brings us to the mage on your side, who will... Him? No. Agent. Elevated brother. Mage, there we go.
Which one? Which one?
There's a lot to look at. We'll have him shoot at Purifier 1 with an Arcane Lance.
Ooh, and
Nice.
6
Points.
fun points.
Yeah.
B.
Whoa.
Let's see. Yeah, we'll turn this into a lethal blow, so that's 2d6.
Nice.
Yep, that'll do it.
Oh,
Damn.
Purifier 1 goes down.
oh, hell yeah. That's good. It's good.
Yes.
Has a smoldering hole in his head from that vicious hit. And then we will have him aim again. Cool. That takes us to the other agents.
Or Purifier 3.
Boy, oh boy, yeah, there's 3 spears pointing in his direction and then 2 arrows. So we're going to just go ahead and do... That's a hit, that's a miss, that's a hit. Oops. Oh no, actually all 3 of those are hits. And then 2 longbows. That's a hit. That's barely a hit.
Wow.
Cool. I don't think he'll survive this, but let's see. Okay, we'll just say 3, and then that's 6, that's 9. Okay.
9. Good lord. I'm really glad we
15.
had someone on our side.
Yeah.
Mhm. Oh yeah.
If it was the 4 of us against like 30 people, I'd be like, cool, we run. We follow Blade. We run out the door. We're fucking getting out of here.
With that
We would have had
bombardment,
a hard time getting out of the stairwell.
Purifier 3 is absolutely dead.
Hmm.
All the Purifiers are dead. They don't have a turn anymore. Now we're back to Kinedrin, who is going to once again do an all-out attack.
We have this, Kinedrin.
We got this, brother.
We can do this. Take them all out.
There we go.
That'll be a hit.
And 4 stun points.
That's,
4 fucking...
We'll make that a... Let's see, he does have preferred Pierce Armor and Rapid Reload.
Well, you can do Pierce Armor for sure.
And he can do Mighty Blow with that as well. So we're going to do Mighty Blow and Pierce Armor.
Nice.
Come on, baby.
Kingtron got that dog in him.
That's a pretty good roll.
Hey, that's solid.
It's another
With the
D6.
12?
Oh, that's 18
Yes.
with Pierce Armor.
Nice.
Holy shit, he is looking like a bloody mess.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Ardle,
I guess some damage got thrown at him.
yeah, Ardle
bit.
still stands, but he's not looking good. I suppose I could have him do a.
I'm still trying to taunt
A
him.
morale check. Oh, he's
Yeah, I
scared.
think this is the point where he says, "Nope." So he's going to
Yeah.
run. He's going to run and move. So that's going to be a total of 10 tiles that he can move.
Oh,
Wow.
damn it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That takes us to Torek.
Okay, how far is he?
Did-
So he's 18 yards. I think I can get him. Maybe. Hold on.
I guess I forgot to say what Kenedrin's minor action was, so we'll say he was going to press the attack. Which is not, a ton, but it's something.
No, it's something.
3, 6. Okay, Chris, if I get... Okay, here, if I move... I think I move about there. And then I will put the measurement so it's broadcast. If I move there and I try and throw a spear from here, because of that corner, is that like that one that's in the way still? Can I throw a spear from here?
You can, but I will still give you a -1.
Okay, fantastic. So unfortunately, I readied my axe. I got my axe. I will do my action to now flip back. I have one more throwing spear on me, so I'm going to reload technically, I guess, or ready, I guess, because the spear is weird. So I have that. for the minor, and I will try and hit him. So that's going to be a -1 to this, which makes this a 4 instead. And oof, does an 11 do it?
It will still hit.
Oh, heck yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Fantastic. And then I will roll some damage. 11 damage.
Nice.
Tony, please describe how Torek kills Ardal.
Yes. Okay.
You barely
So,
did enough damage.
So
Nice.
if you allow a little craziness, I think what happens is as Kinedrin starts like running after him to like kind of press the attack, what I do is I basically like almost like a dart move in between the shoulder blades, just kind of like throw my spear right through, and it goes right onto Ardal's Achilles like heel there, and just like pierces his leg, and like blood just everywhere oozing out. I just got right in between that leg plate right there.
Ouch.
Beautiful.
And as he's dying, if it's okay, I want to look at him, and I'm gonna go up to him and say, I know what you're about, eradicating all these mages, but my friend over there, one of my best friends, is a mage, and just remember that this day, a dirty dwarf, a hidden elf, and a huge mage fucked your shit up today. And then I pull the spear out of his leg as he finishes bleeding out or whatever he does.
He dies with a scowl on his face.
Beautiful.
And that is
I
our
also grab
combat.
my other spear. I need both of them.
And all the agents survived, and Kinedrin
All the
survived.
agents survived.
Holy
Crazy.
Ow.
Crazy.
Unreasonable success. But I will say, I'll hand it to y'all that were it not for a lot of the decisions you made role-playing prior to this moment, it would not have gone so smoothly.
Oh,
That
I'm
fight,
sure.
that fight was meant to be an absolute chaotic mess, and the fact that you were able to get through without any of your allies dying or even going down, you killed all enemies except for Blaine himself. But you have effectively disempowered Blaine at this point because you've undermined his entire effort and have him terrified.
I mean,
Hell yeah.
that could arguably be worse than death, you know?
Yeah.
Hell,
It's great seeing him.
I'm actually more
yeah.
surprised at how little damage that y'all took. Today was a nice lesson in how small spaces in combat will affect things.
Oh my god! I thought we were screwed. I'm so happy the note worked. I'm happy the deception checked worked because
Yeah.
oh god.
Yeah, because if
Yeah.
that didn't work,
Crucial.
they would have kept pinning you in that small room and just blocked the
would've been
door and just
So
peppered you with
boned.
ranged shots.
Oof.
Whew, I know we're stopping here for the evening, but God,
The
what
last
a
scene-
cool battle!
The last scene, fortunately,
Yeah.
won't be too terribly long, but we will save that for next week, and we'll wrap up that, and we'll fork into the next adventure from there. But thank you, folks, for playing again, and of course, great work, everyone. I hope you had
Yeah.
a fun time.
It was a
Absolutely.
blast. It was a blast. Quick question for you, Chris, because this wraps up a story, right? Like this wraps up the first arc.
Yes.
Do we need to be prepped for a level up or no? Because I know we just did one, so I wasn't sure if there was anything else that happens post arc. So should we be thinking about that for arc 2?
For level ups,
Yeah.
you won't be leveling up immediately for Adventure 2, but
Great.
very reasonably,
Okay.
you will probably level up during Adventure 2. Also, Ed, thank you so
Fantastic.
much for the raid. Hope you're doing well.
Hey.
I don't think
Hey.
anyone can hear your clip right now because of the settings that I have in my Streamlabs, which is being very fussy. But it does still love old clips.
It does still love old clips.
Despite no one needs to hear it. Ed, I hope you had a wonderful stream, though. How was FF14 treating you? But cool. That was the session. Any questions or anything folks want to run through before we do final wrap up?
Dude, a billion things, but I'll save it for another time. But like, very cool. The party scene was a ton of fun. Great fight. Great fight.
Sorry, we went a little bit late. I know we said we'd wrap up by 10, but
it's okay.
I knew the combat would be long, but I was optimistic that I could expedite it. And man, I didn't expect to be shuffling between 10 different windows.
That's all right.
Crazy, but it worked out having those guys. Because if we had to fight the purifiers without them, like if Onyx had told them don't come, I think that would have been such a hard fight. They took out
awful.
like they took out basically 2/3 of the purifiers for us.
I'll give you a peek behind the curtain. So I was hoping for one of two things that would have made the combat faster, which is if you took too long, the Elevated Brotherhood would have initiated the attack already, and you would have come down there to find them already fighting. That said, though, because you already made it clear that you had an alliance with them, they would have given you a nod. So they would have let you know it was happening, and they would have told you where to go if you took too long. But if you went up to the attic, they would have had a couple of rounds of combat before you even got down there.
Oh, so the attic was just a red herring. There wasn't even an ambush there. We were just gone.
Yep, there was nothing in the attic. It was meant to get you as far away as possible so they could finish the deal and get out of there.
Gotcha.
Oh, wild. Okay.
The other option was if you all three went down there, the Elevated Brotherhood wouldn't have shown up until after round 3. So they were only going to swoop in after things had already been kicked around a lot.
Oh, wow.
The book doesn't really spell out any of that, but I was like, this just kind of makes sense.
It worked out.
The trap was also not a thing that was planned originally. If you hadn't tried to work against Blaine by working with him, he wouldn't have suspected as much.
Oh, interesting. I like it, though. I like consequences are good, man. It's fun.
But if you succeeded in that, because that's what that one roll, what was it? It was...
Deception, right?
Well, there was a deception check, but there was also a conversation you had with agents that was like... Oh, what was it? Maybe that was the deception where you deceived each other. But even the deception at the very beginning in the tavern, so they succeeded with their empathy check to see through your deception, and then there was that second conversation with Blaine's agent where you were interrogating each other basically. They those two, Blaine and the agents, succeeded there. If you had succeeded, though, you would basically be able to set up the ultimate ambush on them and kind of have your way with them.
Good attempts, though. Good attempts. I like the consequences. It made for a very, very fun fight. Knockout, drag out fight with some photo finishes in there with a couple of those deaths just like coming at such clutch good times. Like those purifiers going down felt so good. Didn't have to worry about even the first one. When you guys knocked him out, I was like, hell yeah. Okay, great. The duelist going down. I was like, hell yeah, great. And I'm glad Ardell did not get away. Too bad Blaine did, but I'm glad Ardell.
Yeah.
The book specifically says Blaine will run if things are looking bad.
Yeah, that's not surprising. But yeah, I mean, we failed the deception, but also that fight between you two is amazing. So.
Oh, what a fun! It was fun. It was not good deception, but it was a fun argument.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious that Onyx and Torek couldn't convince a couple of strangers that they don't care about each other for.
Yeah, right. They're like, that's bullshit.
No.
This is bullshit.
I forgot to mention.
Those spies were like, they'll be fine.
They'll make up.
So the
just a bump in the road.
Well, while you were at the party too, by the way, if you took 2 hours or longer, that's when the fight would have started without you. So you were literally right at that cusp.
Oh, we just got there. Damn. Yeah, there was some big fails that happened like right near the end where each one of us had a roll where it's like, this doesn't do anything for us. It's like, no, wait, no, don't do it. And it was good though. I like that. I like the pressure. I like the pressure of the rolls acting up for us. So
yeah,
I thought about
favorites was the. Oh, sorry.
No, keep going. I don't want to derail.
I just really liked the scene where we all three of us finally got together with Kinetrin with the two dwarves under the table. And Donna dressed as a server and Alex just awkwardly sitting at the table talking to themselves.
Talking to their crotch.
Yeah, right. Like, what's going on? So good, so good. So much ridiculousness today too. So much ridiculousness. But no, a really fun session, Chris. I know not to belabor the time and everything, but it was a great time. It was a great sting.
Yes. So much fun.
Yeah, glad you had a good time. Sorry, I'm gonna find a way if they do this with combat again, where they're like, here's literally like 16 people. I'm gonna see if there's a smarter way for me to expedite it, because the last thing I want is for you all to sit and watch a combat happen. It's not as interesting, right? So I might like build in zones where I sequester combat and then give you guys a more focused one. I think it'll be a little bit more
challenge.
Yeah. I wasn't sure how it would work when they were like, yeah, there are these many adversaries, and I was like, you're crazy. So we'll mess with that to speed things up in the future.
Oh yeah, it was a good test though. It still didn't go. We didn't go super over. Only 30 minutes, so not terrible, But hey, we got it.
I'm sure we can come up with something.
Oh yeah.
But I do think you did it as a fellow game master. I think you handled it very well.
Thank you.
That was a crazy amount of work.
I've learned that I need to get a cheat sheet for some of the spells that you have and some of the mages that I'm controlling have, and have them taped right on top of my monitor so I never forget what things mean.
So much.
It's nice that there's like a built-in like for the spell casting in the Roll20. It had like it showed like the target number and everything, so that's cool.
Yeah,
a little bit.
That made my life a lot easier. I still wish it showed what the opponent had to save with, but you know,
it did. I think.
Isn't
that what the 15s were?
No, that was so it would show.
Power.
That was a spell power, yeah. So that's what they would have to like go up against, but it doesn't say like, oh, they have to use spirit or dex or
I gotcha.
Exactly.
Hell yeah. Well, awesome. Fun time.
Cool. Well, we should be back next week on the 24th, pending any crazy stuff interfering. But we'll wrap up this. We'll have a nice little interlude, and I can give you a deeper peek behind the curtain on the adventure if we want to. And then we'll jump face first into the next adventure in the Kokari Wilds. And you know what? I'll even give you a tiny sneak peek here of if we go back to the map here.
Oh, there's Navarra.
Yeah.
Hey.
Pretty far north. Our next adventure is one layer. This is the like header image for the adventure in the book.
Oh, whoa!
The next adventure is called the Amber Rage, and will take place in the Kokari Wilds.
We're gonna have a good time. I hope Kinedrin comes with us. I can't wait to convince Kinedrin to keep traveling with us.
I specifically have a piece written in the resolution of Adventure 1 for if you try to convince Kinedrin to come with.
Okay.
Here are the tests you'll have to make.
Okay. All right. Legit. Well, thank you so much, Chris, for running tonight, and Lindis, Zag, always a good time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for playing. Hope you had a wonderful time. And once again, sorry we went late.
It's okay.
You can blame me if you're sleeping tomorrow. It's okay.
So who we throwing to tonight, Chris?
Oh shit, you're right. I gotta do all the Twitch stuff.
You gotta do your Twitch stuff.
Sometimes there were multiple times today specifically where I was like, shit, we're live. I need to make sure that people can see what we're doing. I had to pull up my second browser to be like, let's move the camera around to make sure people can actually see the battlefield. Whoopsie daisy. You just get your head in it sometimes. Oh, this seems like a perfect mix. Is he actually live? Hey, sweet. We've got a late night stream with our dear sweet friend Jeff, who, under the banner of Garage Lore, playing some Baldur's Gate 3. So from one tabletop role-playing game to a video game version of a tabletop role-playing game, feels like a perfect fit. Almost like he did it on purpose. Who knows? Maybe he's trying to manipulate the situation. But Jeff is absolutely wonderful. I think he's a delightful streamer. I always have a wonderful time over there. So I hope you all have fun with him too. On ACTV, I don't think we'll be streaming Bloodborne tomorrow because I'm getting lunch with Tony, so it's his fault. Monday,
have my lunch date with Chris.
Monday we'll be wrapping up Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Wednesday will be more Bait and Kaidos. Friday will be more FF14. And then Saturday next week, of course, more Dragon Age.
Hell yeah. Awesome.
Heck yeah. All right. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Good night.
Thanks for watching. Nice. All right. Good time, guys. I gotta get the pup. I do have to get the pup out, so I didn't realize the time was. I was so hooked in. I was like, oh.